First item up is resident concerns. Bob, please go ahead. If anybody else wants to make a remark after Bob, please line up by the podium.
Thank you, President Martin, and thank you, members of the Select Board.
Bob, could you just say who you are and where you live?
I spoke in support of Ms. Jennifer Moras's proposal for a full-time tenant advocate position about a month ago. I know the town manager and the select board have been considering this, and I wanted to share some additional thoughts on the topic. We have a significant number of tenant households here in Acton. I think nearly 2,300 renter households, or about 27% of all the households in Acton. This is more than most of the surrounding communities. The people who live in rental housing here in Acton, as well as elsewhere, face significant issues, especially during the pandemic. Most renter households also live in properties that were built more than 40 years ago, since most of the multifamily housing in Acton was built in the 1960s and 70s. Renter households are generally people of lower income than our owner households. Existing agencies and programs are not able to meet all the needs of Acton tenants. The state funds housing consumer education centers all over the Commonwealth, but the one that's supposed to serve us, South Middlesex Opportunity Center, from a number of reports is not meeting tenant needs, not answering the phone, not returning calls. Our social service coordinator for the town has her hands full with many other responsibilities. At the national level, there's a consensus that this is an important role in communities. The White House has identified this in their work on avoiding evictions and rent and emergency assistance on housing issues. A national organization called NeighborWorks has also identified this. And locally, the United Way of Mass Bay and Merrimack Valley has an eviction working group that identifies the importance of housing counseling. Finally, I wanted to say that the White House has specifically identified the use of ARPA funds for tenant counseling as an allowable use of ARPA funds. So I would suggest that if the town were willing to consider this on a pilot basis, the use of ARPA funds might be appropriate before long-term determination of whether the town wanted to include this in its annual budgeting process. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you. And if anyone's interested, Bob prepared some slides in there in the extra information section of the packet. Anyone else here? Matt, is there anyone online?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I believe we have 4 at the moment. First one is from a call-in user, if they could let us know who they are and where they're from.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, this is Tara from West Acton, and I'm in favor of what Bob is talking about. I would also like to use the rest of my time to register my concerns about the lack of holistic planning. Town staff appears to be focused on increasing residential development rather than on ensuring that it's limited to be sustainable, not just from a water perspective, but capacity of roads, schools, staffing, green space. I'm concerned that I see nothing in the proposed budget or the ARPA spending plan that for items focused on limiting growth, nor does the budget or ARPA spending plan include money for the Acton Affordable Housing Rehab Trust feasibility study, despite the fact that the Acton Housing Production Plan calls for meeting housing needs primarily through rehab, and despite the fact that the Select Board's annual goals call for a feasibility study for the Rehab Trust. I'm concerned because staff's proposed climate action plan encourages new building as a solution for climate change instead of encouraging rehab, and I'm concerned that the ARPA budget calls for sewer expansion to enable developers without saving some of that ARPA money for expanding the water study, which I'll talk about later if you allow us to speak. My point here is about the lack of a holistic planning, that allowing budget items and plans to expand unnecessary unaffordable growth at the same time the planning department isn't proposing any zoning changes to curb unnecessary growth is very concerning to me. I asked select board members to direct the town manager to stop staff from enabling new market rate residential growth and work to the goal of the master plan, which calls for limiting new residential building. Just because it's high density doesn't mean it's affordable or equitable. We need more holistic planning, not justifying or enabling new unaffordable, unsustainable building. Taxpayers can't afford new building. The environment can't suffer it. In terms of equity, the areas of town that Town Hall is focusing on enabling more growth are right in the middle of vulnerable people who have already suffered from overcrowding, traffic pollution, and loss of green space. I call for our select board members to do something now, before the budget is complete and the ARPA money spent to rectify these problems. Inaction is a sign of complicity to what Town Hall is doing with developers, which appears to be directing Acton's planning department. Please do something now before this goes on too long. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Peter Berry. Peter, you should be able to speak.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Peter Berry, 39 Faulkner Hill Road in South Acton. I would also like to support the funding for a tenant advocate position for all the reasons that Bob Van Meter laid out, and include in addition to the benefits to tenants that there would be, that position would advocate for upgrades in energy efficiencies to tenants' units in conformance with the town's climate initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Margaret Milley. Margaret, you should be able to speak.
Hi, can folks hear me? Margaret Miley here.
Yes, hi.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. Margaret Miley, Maple Street. Came to say a couple things, but I definitely am on board for the points that Bob Van Meter made vis-a-vis services and advocacy for tenants. So thank you for that. I'm +1 on that. Also want to make a plea for planning in next year's budget to do implementation of the climate action plan. We've got a lot to do in this town, particularly around building decarbonation. So want to put in a plea for that. But the original purpose of my checking in was a concern that I understand the Board of Health is getting around to tomorrow night, related to a mask mandate in town. I raised it on a community Facebook page this morning, got 49 responses between likes and comments. People are talking about it in my neighborhood in South Acton. Everyone seems to be talking about it. It's extremely unfortunate that these decisions have been cascaded from the federal government down to the state government, and still nothing's happening on the state level. And apparently it's down to the town to manage the Omicron wave, which is just beyond belief for me. But we really need to move quickly on it. I've had a lot of contact with Emerson Hospital recently, and I understand they are at capacity. Informally, I've heard that. I haven't actually formally checked it out. But it's very clear that we are in an emergency situation, and we need all hands on deck on the town level to respond as quickly as possible. Some of the responses that we got from business owners is that they're very intimidated and nervous about enforcing this in their individual businesses, which is completely fair and understandable. So I feel like it's important to do a town-wide communications campaign, to have town Board of Health or town select, whatever, Town of Acton standardized signs on every entryway, police at the ready to back up so staff members do not have to deal with ugly customers, and tickets, or if needed, summonses for customers who get ugly, so that the word gets out that there are some consequences if you're putting community members' lives in danger. So thank you very much. I hope you will put on whatever pressure you can. I understand this is not a decision for you to make, but I just want to report in that we've got, 50 responses just today on social media and a lot more. So this is a huge concern. Thank you.
Just so you and everyone knows, in the past, this board has followed the lead of the Board of Health on mask mandates and other things during the pandemic. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up is Franny Osmond. Franny, you should be able to speak.
Hi, it's Franny Osmond. I just wanted to just pipe in with my impressions after working with this group that had its kickoff in July. I've been very impressed with the numbers and sort of atmosphere that many of our residents live in living in rental units. And I've been really happy to see that in this climate and housing action group, there's been a lot of activity by renters, and I can really see the value in that renter advocate. So I just wanted to pipe in support of that idea. I thought it might be on the agenda tonight, but since it's just in this section of the meeting, I just thought I'd support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Chris. Please let us know what your last name is as well and where you're from upon speaking. You should be able to speak now.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, my name is Christopher Lopez. I live in Dover Heights apartment complex that's on Central Street in Acton. So I definitely want to give my full support on what Bob had said earlier on the tenant advocate. And I just also wanted to express my feelings as a tenant and resident of this town that I find myself running into issues a lot, and also I see my neighbors running into issues a lot with just not knowing how to navigate leases or conversations with management. And we really do need somebody to help us walk through the difficult languages that is like the law and the leases that we deal with. And I just don't think those resources are there at the moment. And I would really, really like to see that, because I really love living here and I love this town, and it really is adorable. But I find myself wanting to leave because of my living environment. And I just hope that you hear our concerns and that you really take some time to really think this out and hopefully hear us out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Leslie Johnson. Leslie, you should be able to speak.
Hello, my name is Leslie Johnson, and I live in one of the older apartment complexes in Acton, and there's a number of old apartment complexes along Great Road and Acton and in some other places, and I see I've experienced I and my fellow tenants have experienced lots of problems because of the age of the buildings, and things like pipes bursting and flooding, and I've had it multiple times happen in my apartment, and so there's lots of things that that go wrong, but the rents keep going up and are hard to are difficult to afford, and so the rental fees to live in Acton are up pretty high, and in the newer apartment complexes, they have some units that are called affordable. They're supposed to be, I think it might be 40B, but they're supposed to be affordable, more affordable for lower income people, but they're not really that affordable. They're still pretty high rent. And so people, say with disabilities who are on Social Security disability or just on Social Security income, can barely afford the rent. So these are the problems that I experience and that I see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is going to be Stella Coe. Stella, you should be able to speak.
Hi, Stella Coe, Guswood Road, and
I apologize, that was a misclick on my end, Stella. You should be able to speak again now.
Okay, sorry. This is Stella Coe, Guswood Road. I just wanted to speak in support of Bob's tenant advocacy position, and I think that we need to give a voice to our renters in our town, because I think they're a rich part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michaela Moran is next. Michaela, you should be able to speak. Michaela, you should be able to speak.
Perhaps she's having a problem and we should move forward.
Yeah, I've prompted them to unmute, but they do not seem to be able to.
Hi. I was not intending to speak anyway. Sorry.
Oh, your hand was up.
Oh, that's just a mistake. Sorry. Sorry on my end.
Nice talking with you anyway. Is there anyone else, Matt?
That concludes it, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. We have now updates from various of us up here. I just have a small item I'd like to just relate. The Mount Calvary Community Supper reached a milestone last week. They've delivered 15,000 meals in the 20-plus months since the pandemic started. At that rate is more than twice what they did before the pandemic. At the beginning of the pandemic, they transitioned to mostly to to-go meals without missing a beat. Mike Tabia and Betty Andrews were the original founders of the Mount Calvary Community Supper. Sadly, Mike passed away towards the end of last year. Anyway, kudos to Mike for starting this and for the whole group for all that they've been doing during the pandemic. Mr. Manager.
Thank you. Just a few updates for this evening. We're continuing to track the pandemic very closely with our weekly internal staff meetings. As of today, we're at 60 active cases, which is on the higher end that we've been all throughout this pandemic. The Board of Health is meeting tomorrow night to discuss a mask policy for the community. So we're going to watch that closely and do what we can to enforce anything that comes out of that. For those folks that didn't see the budget presentation on December 6th, the budget is online. It's at actonma.gov/manager. And I look forward to any comments or feedback that the public has on the budget document. There will be a workshop with the Select Board and the Finance Committee on January 20th. We're going to try to start at 5 p.m. Hopefully that works for everybody. This meeting room is going to be out of service for a few weeks in January. We're doing the final phase of the AV upgrades that we need to complete the Zoom room capabilities here. And we'll, get rid of the portable speaker and have regular speakers. So I think it's the 11th through the 19th, just for you all to know. I also wanted to mention that we just had our Economic Development Director, new hire, start last week, Julie Pierce-Onos, and she's off to a great start. She'll come to a meeting in January to say hello to the board.
Great. Member minutes, anyone? Jim, please.
Let's see. So you may remember a couple of months ago, we ended a meeting with Imogen Nagaredi noting some harmful comments being made. And at the subsequent meeting, we had a very polite question from Leo Fochman about, wanting to understand what that meant. The three of us met and had a good discussion, the kind of, nuanced discussion you can have when you're just meeting in person outside of a public meeting. Afterwards, Imogen and I were wondering how we might want to treat this sort of thing in the future, where a speaker is making a comment that's disrespectful or lumping a whole committee or group together into a negative categorization. And we remembered that a couple of things. We remembered we do have a code of conduct for visitors that also applies to employees. And that we have this wonderful Robert's Rules of Order thing called a point of order. So I'm going to encourage myself and the rest of my fellow board members to raise a point of order at any time that they think that one of us or an audience member is speaking in a way that's denigrating to people, so that we can learn from that in the moment. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Other members? Imogen.
Thank you. Jim, just wanted to thank you for that, and it's something that I will also keep in mind moving forward, and I hope others do the same as well. Just want to note about the tenant advocate position. We've had the opportunity to hear from multiple people in our community today, even some renters themselves who are in support of this. I think it's actually more so of a question, but in terms of how we move forward with figuring out if we want to fund this and how we want to fund this, would be great to know next steps. We do have some money, some flexibility with our ARPA spending, although it is limited. And then we also have our budget discussion coming up on the 20th. So I think for me, I'd love some clarification on how we as a select board can potentially move forward, if a formal motion should be potentially done today, or how that process should work. So I guess it's more so of a question for a town manager, but what would you recommend in terms of us bringing this up as an additional item to fund?
Actually, if I may,
Yes.
so this wasn't on the agenda for tonight. We probably shouldn't discuss it here, but I will be adding it to an upcoming agenda.
Great, thank you. Yes, and then we'll do a formal vote that way?
Well, we'll do whatever seems to be, we'll at least discuss it, right?
Great.
So,
Thank you. That's all I have. But yeah, I just want to thank everyone from the community who came in and spoke today.
thank you. Fran or Dean? Okay. We'll move on to our first public hearing. And I will read the notice. The Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on December 20th, 2021 at 7:10 p.m., continued from November 15th, 2021, in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room 204 at Acton Town Hall, 472 Main Street, and remotely by video and call-in on the application of National Grid to install and maintain approximately 660 feet of new 2-inch plastic main extending from the existing 2-inch coated steel main on Liberty Street going to the farm on Martin Street, and to install and maintain approximately 330 feet of 2-inch plastic main extending from the existing 2-inch coated steel main on Quarry Road going to Mirasol Circle, and install approximately 152 feet of 10 1-inch plastic sleeves extending from the proposed 2-inch gas main to service new houses. From a computer, enter the link actonma.gov/meeting/BOS, or from a telephone, dial 646-876-9923 and enter the webinar ID 503-918-785. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to speak. Mr. Manager, is the applicant with
Yes,
us?
National Grid is here. They have the 617 number, I believe.
They should be able to unmute and speak now.
Just confirming, National Grid, you can unmute and speak.
It looks like they're working their way through the Zoom protocol here and having trouble.
So unmute is *6. If they could try to hit *6 on their touch-tone telephone.
Okay, can you hear me now, Matt?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just confused because I'm on the computer and on my phone.
Yeah, just turn down the volume on the computer and use the phone.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. Yes, good evening. I'm here for a follow-up meeting on behalf of National Grid. My name is Mary Mulroney, and we're requesting the Liberty Street job, and it is to install and maintain approximately 660 feet of new 2-inch plastic main extending from the existing 2-inch coated steel main in Liberty Street going to the farm, Martin Street, to install approximately 180 feet of 11 1-inch plastic services extending from the proposed 2-inch plastic main on Martin Street in Acton.
Okay, thank you. And my understanding is that the Quarry Road to Mirasol Circle request was withdrawn. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. That's what I was going to say. Mirasol Circle in Acton, the customer called in and withdrew the request for natural gas service. That is correct. So it has been withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. Before we get to questions from members, Jim, do you want to bring us up to date with the situation at the farm?
Sure. Thank you, David. So I did have an email exchange with Usha Thrakrar, who's the executive director at the Boston Area Gleaners, that clarified, what they're up to. And this entire letter is in the extra information folder if people want to read the whole thing. But to summarize, the greenhouses on the farm use propane. They'd like to begin using the greenhouses for winter crops, but with propane heat, this is cost prohibitive. They are committed to working in the long term to replace the fossil fuel energy sources on this farm with energy efficient renewable sources, but that requires them to retrofit much of the farm infrastructure. That is in their 5-year plan, but in the meantime, while they understand that natural gas isn't optimal from an environmental point of view, it is more efficient and more cost-effective than propane. So they've asked National Grid to continue the process of getting the necessary approvals.
Any questions from members of the board? Any comments from members of the public?
I have a quick
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. No, I just raised my hand late. So I don't know who can answer this, maybe our National Grid rep, but in terms of, can anyone inform for the difference in cost between propane and natural gas?
I can.
Yes, go for it.
So propane is 2.41 per gallon, and natural gas is roughly 6.23 a gallon, if that makes sense.
Per
Thank
gallon
you.
or per therm?
And for natural gas, yes, not gallon. Natural gas. So wait a minute, no, because typically gas is less than propane. So
per BTU, it's less. So
Yeah.
they're hard to do by volume measurements because propane's measured in liquids and gas is measured in therms.
So
And I'm not sure how many BTUs per therm.
1 million BTUs of natural gas is roughly 11.20 gallons of propane, which means for the same amount of fuel, you'll pay $6.23 for natural gas and $26.99 for propane. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so it sounds
Sorry.
like it's about 4 to 1.
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, we did talk about this at a previous select board meeting, but I do think that, BAG brings up a good point. And I think one thing that made me happy was their commitment to working in more renewable alternatives in their 5-year plan. So that's something we can definitely look forward to. So yeah, I would be in support of this.
Thank you. Mr. Cadillac.
Hi, Charlie Cadillac, Pauline Road. It's a little difficult to hear everybody. Could you give me a brief summary of what, if you're going to vote on something, what is it? What are we doing right now?
We'd be voting on allowing National Grid to hook up natural gas from an existing main on Liberty Street to the Stonefield Farm that the Boston area Gleaners just purchased in September.
So it's just that specific?
Right. There was another project that we discussed on our meeting in November that was withdrawn. So It's just this one hookup to the new BAG farm.
And that requires action by the select board?
Yes, any extension of the natural gas infrastructure requires an affirmative vote by the...
Okay, thank you.
Or affirmative statement by the executive of the...
Again, it's kind of hard to hear sometimes, especially when the microphones are not working too well, so thank you.
Thank you. Matt, could you call on the online commenters, please?
Yes, the first one's going to be our call-in user from earlier. They should be able to speak.
Hi, this is Tara again from West Acton. I feel like we've got to stop calling it natural gas. It is far from natural. I think that just because the farm's cool and neat and everything like that, it's not an excuse. Okay, it costs more money. We should do some fundraising. This is an emergency. The climate emergency, folks. It's not a climate, caution, we've got to do something someday. Now is the time. Once it's approved, it's approved. They won't stop using it. And even if they do, this extension will mean more extension. It has to stop now. Now is the time. Please vote no.
Thank you.
And the next user is Deborah Symes. Deborah, you should be able to speak.
Thank you, Matt. You guys can hear me, yeah? I have a question, probably for Jim, because I think he's had the most contact with the executive director of Boston Area Gleaners. And what I'm wondering is, I I'm guessing maybe that the house that's on the parcel that was, residential space and is now office space, is that heated by oil currently? Does anyone know?
I do not know the current heating system.
I can find out if you give me a few minutes.
Fran's looking into it rapidly.
Okay. Can I go on for a sec?
Yes, please go on, and when we find out, we'll just announce, so you don't have to wait for it. And we don't.
Okay, great. So all I'm thinking is this. It's great that there's a 5-year plan to transition off, the mantra that all of us in the climate, activist universe uses. Once it's there, people use it. And I'm not saying they won't make the transition. It's great if they will. I do wonder if there could be a slightly more fine-tuned approach to what they use where. So, rather than bringing gas to the entire, to every building that needs heat, could they consider, I'm wondering, heat pumps for the house that is now offices, for instance, and, short-term, maybe smaller aperture gas main for, the handful of outbuildings or greenhouses that they need to heat in the shorter term. And I want to add that there is some hope that some folks from the Acton Climate Coalition will be meeting with those folks in January and talking about, what options may be and that sort of thing. So really, I'm sort of saying all that in the hopes that maybe we can continue this hearing yet again and get a better, after a more in-depth conversation with BAG, find out what might be more possible and perhaps involve less gas coming onto the parcel. Thanks.
So, Fran tells me that the house is heated by oil. Next, please, Matt.
Judith, you should be able to speak. I apologize, I was on mute.
Yes, Judith Ehrenstein, 3 Gregory Lane in Acton, and part of Mothers Out Front. From the previous hearing with National Grid, I really felt the conflict of once the pipes are in the ground, like for the Mirasol project, half of them are in the ground. I am curious what's going on, why they're dropping the request. But I find that I feel like the select board is going to have to figure out how to say no to these requests. That one, half of them are in the ground, so maybe they're going to come back in the spring when the ground isn't frozen and ask for the other half. Obviously, being able to say no in the beginning when builders are coming and developers and saying this is what we want to build, and saying, well, actually, our whole town has asked that we not build with fossil fuels anymore. I think that looking at the state climate policy, the next generation roadmap, that basically says no more gas by 2050. I also read something recently where they don't want to be making any more boilers and gas-fired burners. So it's just, the time is moving quickly, and I feel that the board has to figure out how to say no to these requests, because they will continue to come, and some are repair and some are replace, and replace, I think, is a really big problem, because once you've done a big replacement, then that's in for 50 years. So I don't know how that conversation goes to say no, but I think the National Grid needs to get the message that Acton, along with at least, I think, 6 other towns, and now there's a statewide bill that Jamie Eldridge and Tammy Guevara have put out saying that towns are going to have the ability to say no, that they do not want more fossil fuel hookups. So I think we need to prepare National Grid for the fact that this is going to be happening more, and the board needs to figure out how to say no as well. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam Nold should be next. Adam, and if I misspelled your last name, please correct me.
Thank you. It's Adam Nolde, South Acton. I have 2 questions for the National Grid representative, which may have follow-up questions, but the first 2 questions are, number 1, who bears the cost of the installation from the current location to the new hookup? And what is the cost of the installation?
Ms. Mulroney?
Hi, good evening. Yes, the contractor or the person who owns the property bears the cost for that. National Grid does not pay to have gas put in. We don't solicit it. People come to us and ask for it.
Thank you.
And do you,
you have a follow-up?
do we know the cost of this installation?
No, I don't have the cost. All of the installations are different.
Okay.
It goes by footage and how much and...
Okay, thank you. I asked because I know that it's quite expensive to put a gas line in. We had a proposal to put one in at a previous home we lived in on our street, among all the neighbors splitting the cost, and it was roughly at least a 10-year payback period. So I just thought I'd throw that out there, that if somebody's spending the money to put this gas line in, I suspect it's highly unlikely they won't be using it for decades. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next up is Fran Cummins. Fran, you should be able to speak.
Thank you. I live at 33 Martin Street, just down the street from the farm. And I had a great conversation the other day with Dylan, and I think his last name was Frazier, who may be the operations manager at the farm. And he seemed to be very knowledgeable about heat pumps and gasification of farm waste and food waste. And he seemed to be quite amenable to the notion of demonstrating new technology at the farm. We both speculated that perhaps the town could help find some sources of state or federal grant money or foundation support in order to essentially make the farm a center of electrification and renewable energy. This is a climate emergency. It seems the town has made it perfectly clear this is a climate emergency, and I'm not proposing that the farm burn any more propane than absolutely necessary, but it seems that the town should encourage the farm to come up with a plan for electrification and renewable energy and present it to the town. The town could ask for that kind of information, perhaps, and in any event, making any kind of a commitment to burning natural gas or any other fossil fuel, making any kind of investment in doing so is clearly inconsistent with the climate emergency. Our children and grandchildren are at risk, and we don't have any more time. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else waiting to speak, I would take a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll move we close the public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been made and seconded. All in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Public hearing is closed. Any final discussion here among members? Jim, please.
Sure. I wanted to respond to a couple of things that were said by the speakers. I think they've correctly identified the concerns with using natural gas and the dangers of it. So there's sort of some good news, bad news with respect to that, with respect to this particular hearing. The first is that Acton has a moratorium on digging in our public roads during the winter, and that period has started, even though it's not technically winter until tomorrow, but a couple weeks ago, we did enter our moratorium period. That's had a couple of effects. One is that the Mirasol developers didn't want to wait until the spring to put their gas lines in, because they would have had to. So they, ironically enough, are switching over to propane. And putting propane in, propane tanks, and switching out the heating equipment to be able to use propane. The other aspect of this, though, is that no digging will happen until the spring. The second part is that the state has severely limited what kind of say we have over natural gas infrastructure. The actual thing that we are giving permission for is the 10 feet of construction of the natural gas connection from Martin Street, where there's an existing line, to the Boston area Gleaners boundary. What happens after that is entirely up to the Boston Gleaners. They could put in their 1-inch lines to hook up their houses or not. They could put up the lines to connect their greenhouses or not. That's out of our jurisdiction and control. And in fact, the amount of control we even have over that 10 feet is small, according to a legal opinion written by our town council a few years ago. I'm inclined to, even without the legal opinion, I'm inclined to give the Boston area Gleaners the benefit of the doubt in this case, work with them heavily on the alternatives, starting right away. Certainly during this winter, we have time to talk about alternatives, get them together with about energy management. I've seen that people have been developing information about how you heat greenhouses. So there's a lot of time during the next few months to start discussing the options. And it could still be that there will be no construction of a natural gas line into the Boston area Gleaners.
Other comments? Oh, Dean, please.
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Especially in light of Jim's comments, I would move to approve the application for the installation of natural gas line to service Boston area Gleaners.
So from Liberty Street to Martin Street?
From Liberty Street to Martin Street.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. Then we get to discuss it some more.
Is there any final discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll vote. All in favor of approving the natural gas connection from Liberty Street to Martin Street for the Boston area Gleaners, say aye.
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 Any opposed? It's approved. Thank you very much, Ms. Mulroney.
If it's important for the record, I abstain.
Thank you very much for your approval, and I hope you all have a happy and healthy holiday.
Thank you. Sorry, I thought I heard you say aye. I'm sorry about that.
No. Always hard to tell.
No, I apologize. So that it's 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Okay. Our next public hearing. The Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on June 7th, 2021 at 7:45 p.m. in Acton Town Hall, Room 204, 472 Main Street, and remotely by video conference and call-in on the application of NStar Electric Company, DBA, as Eversource Energy and Verizon for relocating 2 poles on High Street, southwesterly side, approximately 130 feet southwest of Hatch Road, poles number 24/48 and 24/43. From a computer, enter the link actonma.gov/meeting/BOS, or from a telephone, dial 646-876-9923 and enter the webinar ID 503-918-785. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to request to speak. Mr. Manager.
Thank you. This is a poll petition to relocate some infrastructure to support the construction of a sidewalk on High Street, a sidewalk we've been working on for a long time. And Director Corey York is here to provide an update on where we are and how this poll petition would help us achieve the sidewalk goal. Matt, can you let Corey speak?
Yes, I just promoted him to the panel. He should be able to speak in a moment.
Good evening. Yeah, so we've been working with the abutters on High Street, getting easements. We're down to one particular resident who is part of a condition for granting an easement on his property required these poles to either be moved across the street. So we've been working with Eversource over the last year. They came up with this proposal, which facilitated that request. I spoke with the homeowner last week and had resent the legal documents. He seemed appreciative of the efforts. He has not signed the agreement yet, but as we discussed, this was his main hold-up for the granting of the easement. So I would say, assuming the board approves the relocation tonight, I'll reach back out to him to get that paperwork before the poll work starts. So.
Thank you. Dean, please.
Yes, Director York. So the one thing I want to clarify is, will the sidewalk stay on this new section sidewalk? Would it be on the same side of the street that the sidewalk presently is leading up to it?
Yes, that's correct. This is kind of the most difficult stretch to build. It's a pretty excessive slope, so we've been talking to the neighbors about building a retaining wall. And then at the time, we've been talking about different options for the poles, whether they stayed in place, so we relocated them behind. And then the ultimate decision that they preferred was they held to relocate him across the street. His house is elevated, so he had some concerns about proximity to the wires. But the sidewalk itself would stay and make the final connection on the same side that the existing is right now.
Okay, I just didn't want to see a situation with extra crosswalks being added in that particularly risky spot of the road.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Comments? Any questions from the public? I see none in the room, and I see none online. I would take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, made and seconded. All in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, it's unanimous. To Dean's point here, the poles are moving from the side of the street where the sidewalk is to the side of the street where the sidewalk isn't. And to make room for the sidewalk so the poles don't have to move back closer to the person's house. So the house in question is at the corner of Valley and High. Any final questions or comments? I would take a motion to approve the movement of the poles.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
So Dean moves, Fran seconds. Any final discussion? Okay, I'll call the vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So it's unanimous.
Sorry, did the public hearing, or was the public hearing closed?
I did close
Sorry
it.
about that.
Thank
Go
you.
get him, Corey.
Thank you, Corey.
Okay, thank you.
Our next item is the Climate Action Plan Blueprint.
Yes, for this exciting topic, I'd like to welcome Andrea Becerra, our Sustainability Director, who's leading a team to make this presentation. They are connecting with us remotely, so could we please bring in Andrea and Julie and Van and somebody else that they tell us? Thank you.
Hello. Good evening. Matt, does Van have sharing capabilities? Great, thank you. Good evening, members of the Select Board. We look forward to reviewing the Climate Action Plan Blueprint with you tonight.
We presented in April when we had just initiated this process and are glad to be back here again to provide an overview of what's happened since. Next, please. So tonight we will be providing a summary of the Acton Climate Action Planning process. Julie Curdy, who's the Clean Energy and Climate Strategy Manager and Senior Planner for MAPC, will provide an overview of the state context. And Van Du, who's the Senior Environmental Manager, will summarize the community engagement that we undertook for the plan. And then I'll go through and present a draft of the Climate Action Plan Blueprint and summarize with some next steps. I also want to shout out to Mel Anderson, who's not presenting with us today, but was critical for the development of this presentation. She's a Sustainability Fellow. And so many other MAPC staff members that supported throughout this process. And I'll put my phone on silent. Next, please. So what led to us being here? So Acton has a long history of sustainability and climate action. In 2010, Acton was designated a green community by the Massachusetts Department of Energy Resources. In 2016, it was recognized for reducing energy by 20%. We've since surpassed this and have reduced our energy by over 30%. The Acton Select Board passed the Environmental Sustainability Policy in 2018. And together with the Green Advisory Board in the town, we developed Acton's first community-wide greenhouse gas inventory in 2019. And on September 8th of last year, at a special town meeting, the town nearly unanimously voted to declare a climate emergency. The climate emergency explicitly states that members of Acton Town Meeting call on town government and staff and all Acton civic groups, businesses, and residents to commit to a climate mobilization effort with appropriate support from the state and federal governments to bring net town-wide carbon emissions to zero as quickly as possible with a target date of 2030. The declaration also states that the town of Acton's climate mobilization should also, 1, accelerate adaptation and resilience strategies and preparation for intensifying local and global climate impacts. 2, protect trees, forests, and other open spaces because of their ability to draw carbon out of the atmosphere and store it. And 3, ensure that the costs of such mobilization efforts do not unfairly burden those who are economically or socially disadvantaged, and that the benefits of a realized sustainable future accrue to all. So that's a small snippet of a larger document. This declaration is the guiding star of the Climate Action Plan process. Next, please. So since June, we've been collecting input through a community-wide survey, which received about 386 responses. We've also led 13 different events, which Van will dive into more deeply. This includes the advisory group meetings, the Climate Action Plan open house that we held in person at Nara Park, thematic group meetings focused around nature-based solutions, buildings, and energy and mobility. And today we have published a draft of the Climate Action Plan Blueprint, which will be available on the sustainability page tonight. There are so many entities and people to thank. There's Kate Crosby from the Acton-Boxborough Regional School District, who worked closely with Resource Force student team. They led their own climate action plan process, and they did a fantastic job. We've included some of their inputs in the draft blueprint. There's a Green Advisory Board, which has been working on these issues since 2008. There's the Acton Committee for Housing and Climate, Acton Climate Coalition, Green Acton, town manager and department heads, and so many more. This list is not exhaustive by any means. You'll find a very long list of acknowledgements in the Climate Action Plan Blueprint. So this document represents the results of Phase 1 of Acton's Climate Action Plan process. It includes goals and strategies to guide Acton's work, which has been strongly informed by this community engagement process. In the first half of 2022, we will move into Phase 2 of the Climate Action Plan process. This phase will include hiring an outside expert to conduct technical analysis of the draft strategies to help project potential greenhouse gas emissions reductions, costs, and benefits of each strategy. And now I'll pass it on to Julie.
Thanks, Andrea. So I'm just going to spend a little bit of time explaining some of the context around Acton's Climate Action Plan Blueprint. I think the first is just recognizing some of the state contexts that evolved this year while we're working on this project. So this past March, Governor Charlie Baker signed an act creating a next generation roadmap for Massachusetts climate policy. And this bill codifies the target of net zero greenhouse gas emissions for the Commonwealth by 2050. And it also raises the target for emissions reductions by 2030 from the 45% the governor had set to 50%, and requires the governor and his administration to set emission limits in 5-year increments. And this slide has some highlights from that bill, which is now law, and that includes increasing protections for environmental justice communities across Massachusetts. It authorizes the administration to implement a new voluntary energy efficient building code for municipalities that Acton will be able to opt into once it's developed. It requires the Mass Save program, our statewide energy efficiency incentive program, to consider carbon reductions in addition to energy savings and its cost effectiveness numbers. And it allows the Commonwealth to procure an additional 2,400 megawatts of clean and reliable offshore wind by 2027, among other provisions. Next slide, please. We also wanted to highlight some of the state context that happened around the Clean Energy and Climate Plan. And this is the plan that the Baker administration released in December 2020. And it was based on a series of technical models that they developed that showed how Massachusetts could decarbonize and reach a net zero goal by 2050. And when the Clean Energy and Climate Plan, it was published before the climate bill was passed. And the targets in that plan were not as ambitious as the ones identified in the Next Generation Climate Action Roadmap. So now the Massachusetts Office of Executive and Environmental Affairs is finalizing and revising the Clean Energy and Climate Plan, and they're setting targets for reductions for 2025 and 2030, and those targets will also be specific by sector and are expected to be released in July of 2022. And we wanted to just spend some time highlighting the state context because we're excited about the Next Generation Climate Roadmap, and it brings major and important changes to the state's climate policy. But we do want to note that its actions and provisions are not strong enough to support Acton's net zero by 2030 goal. So you'll see in the blueprint and the strategies that Andrea is going to present that there are state and federal policy advocacy strategies throughout, and those will be an essential component of reaching the community's climate goals. Next slide, Van, please. We also wanted to highlight some of the guiding principles that those of you who are able to engage in the climate action planning process with us this spring, summer, and fall probably saw about how we were developing the blueprint. Chief among all of the principles was centering equity and ensuring that those who are most impacted by climate change in Acton and beyond can benefit from the transition to net zero emissions and not be negatively impacted. We also tried to prioritize robust and inclusive community engagement throughout the process, providing multiple opportunities and different engagement forums for people to come to the table and share their opinions and priorities about the climate action planning process and what should be in the strategies, and in particular trying to prioritize voices that haven't been heard as often in these processes. These strategies that you'll see prioritize rapidly driving down greenhouse gas emissions and also maximizing co-benefits wherever possible. So wherever possible, trying to pursue strategies that advance public health, climate resilience, affordable housing, and biodiversity as well. You'll see strategies that really try to reach some of the low-hanging fruit quickly and then very fast build into more ambitious projects, policies, and programs. And as I mentioned earlier, you'll see strategies that have Acton pushed to be an active voice in state and federal policy change and systems change that will need to reach those goals. And finally, the Climate Action Blueprint strategies celebrate the unique histories and community characteristics that make Acton home for all of its residents. So for those of you who joined us back in April, we first presented to the Select Board on this process, and since then we've taken the different steps that you see on this slide. So we first worked to identify community priorities that really should underpin the different goals and strategies in the Climate Action Plan. And we then worked to develop goals and then strategies that would nest under those goals, prioritize amongst those strategies, and finally form them into the blueprint that you'll see today that Andrea is going to present on. So I'll turn it back over to her to go over the goals and the strategies. Oh, sorry. I'll turn it over to Van. He's our engagement first. Sorry, Van.
Before we review the grand plan, which we're very excited to share with you today, I just want to share a little bit about the community engagement activities that we've done to date. Since we last talked to you in April to kick off the project, we really have tried to find as many different ways as possible to make sure that everyone in the communities have a chance to provide the input, contribute to the conversations and thoughts and ideas that make this climate action plan blueprint how it is today. And so in addition to the 2 advisory group meetings, we also had 6 thematic workshops, really dive into all the technical information, ideas, kind of concerns, hearing concerns from community members, organizations as well, and really workshop the different strategies, and also combining and consolidating and kind of making sure every ideas are heard and inclusive in this plan. We also had a focus group with renters, again, really trying to make sure that we reach voices that have not been part of the conversation before or that, have been left or marginalized. And so it was really valuable and really great feedback we've got from the renter focus groups as well. And it was really positive and encouraging to see also the students at the Acton Boxborough High School coming together and really plan their own climate action plans to help support us. They took the strategies brought to school and talked to their fellow students and help us kind of prioritize the strategies that what you see today. In addition to that, we also had, walk and talk at Narrow Part to really talk about the nature-based solution strategies that, as just one example. And so we had a survey, a community survey that ran for a few months, and we've reached over 500 participants and received nearly 400 complete responses. And we would say here that the majority of the Acton residents really care or concerned about the climate change impacts and are really, active and proactive about, the priorities that we need to address climate change. We've also did a fun visioning workshop at the beginning where we asked residents or community members to think about what would they like to see in 2030 and 2040, what would a sustainable and climate resilient Acton look like. And so we've got some of those responses, which Andrea will post on the sustainability webpage as well. Just some photos here for you to see that there was a wide range of age and community members from different corners of the community come together for the open house, the students, hosting it in their school. So it was a lot of feedback we received in the past 8 months, but also I would say the most fun we had hearing from community members as well. So with that, I'll turn back to Andrea.
Thank you, Van. So I'm going to go through and summarize the goals and strategies that came from this process. I encourage you to check out the Climate Action Plan Blueprint, the draft. It's now available online, and it'll be placed in the sustainability page like I mentioned before. But right now I'm just going to give you a really general overview. So for buildings and housing, goal number 1, commercial and industrial buildings and homes in Acton are built and retrofitted to be energy efficient, net zero carbon, healthy, affordable, and resilient. Goal number 2, Acton actively influences policies at the state and federal level to support rapid and affordable building decarbonization. To give you an example of 2 strategies that fall under these goals, one is adopt zoning changes to allow for broader and more multifamily housing choices and flexible approaches to achieve housing affordability and accessibility. This includes allowing smaller scale units, accessory dwelling units of various sizes, and mixed-use developments such as apartments over commercial businesses, ensuring zoning aligns with land conservation goals by working closely with Natural Resources Department and stakeholders in developing these changes. And also exploring ways to use zoning to encourage housing development to be as sustainable as possible. A second one is exploring or pursuing an aggregated triple electrification model in Acton to decarbonize buildings while also improving energy efficiency and adding on-site renewables. That's a mouthful, the aggregated triple electrification model, but essentially it means finding innovative ways of, for example, bulk purchasing electrification equipment, to do massive electrification at a lower cost, And there are other communities that are doing this type of work around the country. Next, please. For energy, we have for goals, Acton's electricity is fossil fuel free, renewable, reliable, and affordable, and residents, businesses, and municipal government use local and locally owned renewable energy in New England. 2 strategies from there include making 100% renewable energy the default option in Acton Power Choice, which is the town's green municipal aggregation program. Another strategy is advocating for greater clean energy investment at the state level. Going back to what Julie mentioned about the importance of advocacy to achieve a net zero by 2030 goal. Next, please. For mobility, we have goals for Acton to provide access to safe and affordable transportation choices that result in zero carbon emissions. Our neighborhoods are interconnected for multiple modes of transportation and actively influence policies that support zero emission. So 2 examples of strategies for these include restarting and expanding the service region for the Cross Acton Transit by incorporating new fixed routes or providing on-demand services. And also hopefully electrifying it soon. The second one is working with local businesses to support public transportation needs and co-funding innovative transportation initiatives. We have precedents of this in the past. We did a co-funded process for our bike share program, which took place before COVID. We're trying to explore these types of co-funded initiatives again. Next, please. For our nature-based solutions goals, Acton's natural resources are protected. The waste diversion rate increases through townwide programs and policies. Local land use policy encourages affordable and net zero housing while also enhancing nature-based solutions. And finally, Acton prepares for climate disruptions. 2 sample strategies from here include prioritizing equitable access to green space and water table recharging areas. A second strategy from this one is conducting a waste audit in Acton to explore curbside solid waste and recycling collection to reduce waste, increase composting, improve efficiency, and reduce emissions. Next, please. So we realized when we undertook this process that there were a few strategies that didn't really fit neatly under any of the goals. So we developed a set of education and outreach goals, which includes providing resources and information for residents, organizations, and businesses that want to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. This includes the Energize Acton website, which is already up and running. We encourage you to check it out, energizeacton.org. Which is a collaboration between the town and the Acton Climate Coalition. There's also Foster for Careers in the sustainable and environmental sector, create an educational program for contractors active in Acton to provide updates on clean energy technologies, and finally develop a budget for the implementation of the Climate Action Plan and future budget projects needed to meet the net zero goal by 2030. Next, please. So to give you an example of how we've laid out these strategies into one list, we developed the blueprint matrix. In there you can find a list of all the strategies, a list of co-benefits, what type of action they are, what the implementation timeline looks like, who the municipal lead implementers are, and potential community partners. We're going to be expanding this matrix in phase 2. We're going to be looking at how much these strategies cost, what's their greenhouse gas emissions reduction potential, where we can solicit funding from, what sort of innovative strategies we can implement to try to reduce the cost of some of these, and essentially try to prioritize these strategies based on that cost-benefit analysis. Next, please. So as I mentioned before, in the first half of 2022, we will move into phase 2 of the climate action planning process. This will include hiring an outside expert to conduct that technical analysis we mentioned before. And phase 2 will also include additional opportunities for engagement. And it's important to note that this is a living document, and we expect it to evolve and change over time. But the goal is for this document to guide the town's work towards meeting its net zero by 2030 goal. I should also mention that we're working with the Acton Boxborough Regional School District to develop the electrification roadmap, which is an analysis of priorities and action steps for the electrification of 7 key existing public and municipal school buildings. And we receive state funding for this. So very exciting work that's happening in parallel to the Climate Action Plan. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do members of the board have questions or comments? Jim.
First of all, just deep thanks. This brings us so far forward from where we were a year ago, 2 years ago. It's just wonderful to see the intent of the climate emergency declaration turn into, actual plans, and now, I'm looking forward to continuing to work together to make it turn into actual budget and then policy and facts on the ground. I had a couple of comments. One is that the emphasis on equity, which I think is really important, is going to mean that we need to understand how we help energy retrofits to happen in existing multifamily housing without simply creating an opportunity to raise the rents and potentially displace the people that are already there. It's a puzzle that is possibly, as part of that is met by our conversations about housing rehab trust. That is, if we take units off the market, we then control what the rents are. One goal that I know that that we've had back and forths on a few times is the strategy about having net zero housing, affordable housing within half a mile of public transit, which I guess there's 2 ways that concerns me the way it's written. The first of all is with my affordable housing hat on, I go, well, there might be great opportunities for affordable housing that aren't half a mile away from the train station. That, we don't want to say, no, we don't want that because that's not part of our vision. The other thing with my environmental hat on is I have a problem with highlighting a strategy that's about, in an environmental plan, in a climate action plan, that's about adding new buildings. We definitely may want to be adding new buildings because we have other goals in addition to our environmental goals. But in the middle of a climate action plan, it seems to me that new buildings with all the embodied energy that goes into making them, the steel and the concrete, and the energy, and then the energy that they may need to operate are never going to be or only under extremely rare circumstances are going to be climate positive. There was one other place, let's see. I want to appreciate the write-up earlier on in the document about addressing resilience, addressing our need to respond to the climate changes that are coming. And I wanted to mention a couple more plans that are a part of that process. The first is the Open Space and Recreation Plan, which has just started. I glanced through quickly and I didn't see a mention of it there. But since that's an active plan that's just begun now, I want to make sure that we're all aware that, that plan itself might need adjustment to take stronger climate action. The other one is our business development plan. One of the impacts of climate change is going to be various kinds of breakdowns in the global economy. And to the extent that we're prepared with more local options for food and other necessities, we are better positioned to be able to deal with the changes that are coming. So understanding that and embedding that in the way we think about economic development in town is going to be critical to doing well when bad things happen. And I also really appreciated your comment about the plan being a living document. When I look at it now, I add up the strategies in my head, and I don't see that we've hit net zero in 2030. I know part of that is because we're relying on state and federal action that isn't apparent yet. But it also is going to mean that we will eventually need additional strategies to get there. So I'm looking forward to us, uncovering, identifying, and, making those strategies happen as well. And thanks again for all this.
Dean? Thank you. And thank you for the document. Represents a huge amount of work, and it gives us not only a way to move forward, but also maybe a few things to push back against one way or another. I'll kind of focus a lot of my comments on the goals here, NBS 1 through NBS 6, related to primarily tree cover. A couple of observations. The discussion about trying to achieve no net loss of tree cover in the town and some really aggressive goals for tree replanting. And, in a heavily forested environment like most of Acton is, that's going to be a very difficult goal to achieve. Eventually, you might be faced with a situation where we're going to have to start tearing up our existing soccer fields and other recreation areas and planting trees in order to make up for the tree loss that's of necessity is going to have to occur in other locations, whether we're building sidewalks or whatever. So I think that needs to be carefully thought about. There's a goal here about investigating a municipal nursery, and that's something that, as tree warden years ago, I looked at. And one of the issues you have with it, first, in most areas we don't have a lot of open land as far as untree covered, so you'd end up having to cut down trees in order to create a tree nursery, which seems a little conflicted. And there's a tremendous amount of labor involved in that as compared to purchasing trees, admittedly at a higher rate from a regular commercial nursery. There is not a surplus of labor existing in the tree division or the public works division. As a matter of fact, one of the stated goals from this board for next year, long-term goal, was to increase the size of the tree crew. And the town manager basically nibbled around the edges of that, and we really are not increasing the size of the tree crew. We are not going to have the amount of labor available to achieve many of these goals unless we get really serious about hiring more help. Hiring more help leads to higher taxes. I think hiring more help is not something that we're going to be able to get a one-time state or federal grant for. So I think achieving many of these goals is probably going to inevitably result in tax increases and an expansion of our workforce. Whether that's good or bad, I'd leave that up to the taxpayers, but you can't just come up with these things and say it's going to happen, because you need people to implement those things. Another issue that I notice here, it's sort of ironic, talking about investigating trying to save more trees through the planned conservation recreation communities. I moved that forward as an attempted short-term goal brought to this board back in June, and it did not make the cut. So I think, long-term, we need to move ahead with that. I think the PCRCs certainly need to be more carefully analyzed to see what the impact is. But I think that goal seems to be, certainly did not gain any traction when I articulated it back just a couple of months ago. So I think, we could go on, but I think in addition to coming up with these grandiose statements, we need to have a really practical approach to how much is it going to cost, who's going to pay it, and how many people are going to have to be added to the payroll in order to achieve it. And then that, with a list of those new positions that are going to be needed, should be brought forward by the town manager and the select board to be voted at a town meeting. Now, certainly this is not anything that's going to be voted on at the town meeting in May of 22, but I think going forward, we really need to have an action plan developed that shows how are you going to get the physical and fiscal operation going that's going to support all these goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Fran or Heminger? Heminger.
Thank you. I guess just want to echo just extreme gratitude for all the work that has been put into this. It's really exciting to see the future of Acton moving in a more sustainable direction. My question is kind of related to what Jim mentioned earlier about BH1 and BH2, those first two action items. I do express similar concerns with potentially increasing new building and potentially that being counterintuitive to a climate action plan. If anything, I would love to see wording on prioritizing rehabilitation. So that would be something that I'd like to see. My other question was more so of a clarification question. So you mentioned triple electrification, and I do not know what that is. So I was wondering if you could explain that for me. Thank you.
Andrea.
So should I just start from Jim's questions, or were they just comments?
Actually, I'll give you a chance to speak at the end, but why don't you answer Hemiger's question, or one of the three of you, and then we'll move on, see if there's comments from Fran or me.
Yes. So basically, it means electrifying our homes, so switching to electric heating and cooling. Adding solar and storage as well, so that's the second piece. Also electrifying our vehicles and pairing all of that with energy efficiency measures. So making our buildings and our homes as tight as possible so that those electrification upgrades are sized at the appropriate size, so small enough where they're cost efficient but still getting that quality heating and cooling. Because those energy efficiency upgrades were done to the best of the ability of the home or building.
Thank you. And can I make two more quick points?
Sure.
So my first one, so regarding NBS 1, I was wondering if that was with regards to like protecting Zone 1 areas for water wells, or if that was a different concept. So that's just more of a clarification. And then the second point that I wanted to make was I really appreciated NBS 13, thinking about sustainable and resilient water management. We'll be hearing from RAC, so it was really good to see that as kind of a focal point of the climate action plan, thinking about how we can be more sustainable with managing our water for the future. So just wanted to give a shout out for that, and thanks.
So with water recharging tables, we're actually in the process of developing a map right now that shows where all the green spaces are in relation to where people live, to show where there might be areas where people don't have as much access to green spaces, or it's just farther away. And also pairing that with a recharge map that shows where the recharge points are in Acton. And essentially it means that they're near aquifer recharge areas. And I'd be happy to share those maps with you. But that's basically going to inform what a green space prioritization would look like.
Thank you. Fran?
I don't have a whole lot of comments. I'm somewhat frustrated. I think this document is great, and I love your description of it as a living document. A blueprint goals for the future. I mean, our previous public hearing, we were approving more gas line to be laid. So it's sort of frustrating in that regard. But I do I'm interested, I like how you're engaging the community and going out to a larger swath of residents, such as renters. And also the two BH1 and BH2 are some things I'd like to learn more about as far as zoning and adopting different zoning changes. I think we have a huge stock of multifamily already they're naturally around train stations, so I don't know if more building is the way to go. So I'm looking forward to learning more.
Thank you. I just have a couple of quick questions. How are you had a whole bunch of suggestions to start with. How did you decide what went into the report? You know, if you have 100 suggestions and you decide, I don't even know the number here, 40 or something, how did you decide which ones got in?
So we received a lot of input. Actually, most of these, we had a list of like best practice strategies, and then a list of ones that came from the community. And I'd say like 95 to 98% of these are actually community driven. So most of them actually came from comments we received either in the survey or in the workshops. And then we went through them, and in one of the workshops, we did an overview of how we sort of decided how to, pare down some or combine some, essentially looking at greenhouse gas emissions reduction as one of the main targets, also looking at co-benefits, so things like equity, things like clean air, clean water, like public health co-benefits as well. And then we basically worked from there on, and then we have been publishing a set of these draft strategies and have since edited them based on public input. We also presented them to staff, added some additional ones based on staff input, also edited them based on staff input, did another iteration, again, online, received additional public comments, and from that came additional ones, including the water one that Himija just pointed out.
Great, thank you. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Julie.
I was just going to add, we built a really large evaluation matrix that Andrea was describing once we had the initial list of all of the strategies from public input and then best practices from peer communities that MAPC has worked with. And so we specifically evaluate strategies categorically based on their greenhouse gas reduction potential, their equity potential, the cost to implement a strategy, the staff time required, and then the co-benefits of those strategies. And then did a weighted evaluation to get to a smaller strategy list that we presented at the open house that we had in October, where people were given the opportunity to help rate the strategies that interested them the most. And then from there kept evaluating the way Andrea was describing.
Great. And then I heard you say, Andrea, that in the next steps, there'd be an evaluation of what I would call effectiveness of each of the things to help decide which ones to do next. I think that is absolutely key here. I was looking through the document, and there are at least 40 instances of the town will, those three words in a row, the town will. And so there's a lot of the things, there's a lot of things in this report that the report wants the town to do. Some of them are pretty obvious, some of them are quite expensive, but we want to do the ones where we get the most, effectiveness from the dollars and effort spent, and that's key. There's a few here. I think most of these are quite good goals. There's a couple in the list that I would be against, but most of them are quite good. But obviously, we want to choose the effective ones. I will say about the tree cover. One thing that is concerning to me is that I understand from the Department of Fish and Wildlife that anytime there are more than 18 deer per square mile, a forest will not sustain itself. And we have 25 deer per square mile. That's why we have no young oaks in the forest, for example. They won't grow anymore because the deer eat them. They're kind of slow growing, and the deer eat them before they can grow up to be trees. And so I don't know what we do about that, but if we're to maintain we're in a state now which we were not in even just a few decades ago, where our forests will not sustain themselves. So I think that's that's an issue. I will now take comments from members of the public.
Charlie Kadlik. There's a lot to discuss about this, and by the way, will the slides be available, because they're illegible from where we are, so I'd like to look at them some point later.
We'll make sure we add the slides to the packet.
The thing that concerns me about all of this is that the emphasis is on what we can do, and everything that we do proposed is a good thing. Well, not always. There's very little attention being paid to some of the possible negative aspects of some of the proposals. I'll give you one example. Converting your heating system to electricity, which is one of the goals, I'm pretty sure everybody agrees, involves using a heat pump, because pure resistive electric heating is inefficient. The heat pump in turn can be done with a ground source or air source. Air source is not so efficient, so we end up with ground source. There's two ways to do that, horizontal and vertical. I looked up some numbers. To do a typical single-family home requires about 10,000 square feet if you go horizontal heat exchange. That's not available on a half-acre lot, and so on. So we end up with deep wells. All piping buried underground sooner or later leaks. Water pipes, sewer pipes, gas lines. Sooner or later things leak because the ground shifts. There's plenty of good reasons. I'm not saying it happens in 6 months or a year. It may be 20 years, but it happens. Now, the fluid that has to be used in deep well ground source heat pump systems in this climate has to have antifreeze. There is only one type currently allowed by the state, propylene glycol, which is used in food and all sorts of things that us humans consume, but it's toxic to animals. So I asked a question of Andrea, she remembers not long ago, a week or so ago, what would we do if it leaks? And the answer by the contractors that were on the panel is, well, come to us, we build a system so it doesn't leak. Well, that's a non-answer. But think about it. Any kind of contamination of groundwater is irreversible. The water district has to clean it up somehow. And who knows if 10, 20 years from now, this particular chemical will be deemed toxic to humans. So that's a risk that we should at least consider. The other aspect of this type of heating system is cost. And the cost will be the biggest problem for people who can least afford it. Let's talk about it. Let's not assume that it's an obvious solution. It's not, or at least it has constraints. That's an example, there's more. So before we get too far into passing laws, regulations, whatever we can do, let's be sure we've considered the negative parts of some of these proposals, because having done a few engineering jobs in my life, very few things are one-sided. There's always pros and cons. And I'll make one more quick comment, because Dean's description of the trees reminded me. Not long ago, a friend of mine took me up on his little airplane out of Boxborough. We flew around. Actually, we went to resupply our sons in their hiking trip. When you're up 2,000 feet above Acton, all you see is trees. I suspect that the proposal to increase our number of trees just works into the calculation of are we meeting some mathematical goal, but it's not applicable to Acton. And I'm sorry, David, but I think some tree knowledgeable people may disagree about our forests not being sustainable, because I've been here for 57 years. When I moved in my house, there was a big field behind it. Now it's trees. I'm not against it, that's why I bought the house, but I cut down 6 trees. My neighbor across the street cut down 20. Acton is rather well supplied with trees.
Thank you.
Hello?
David should, oh, sorry, I apologize.
Hold on
sorry.
just a second, Kim. No, you can stand there. And Andrea, do you want to say something?
Should we answer any queries or comments, or save comments for the end?
Save comments for the end.
Okay.
If there are
Thank you.
specific questions, I'll address them. I might address them to you, but otherwise, I'm just going to let people make their comments. Please go ahead.
Okay. I'm Kim Castens from 294 Pope Road, and I'm just now getting a glimpse at the roadmap, and it is a really beautiful document. It's a beautiful piece of work. I especially appreciate the attention that you've given to resiliency, which is something that I had advocated for previously. But I have a new question. Is it possible to bring up page 10 of the roadmap for us to look at together?
Can you move ahead and ask your question?
Yes, my question is, at the top of page 10, there's a graph I hadn't seen before, which is the municipal greenhouse gas emissions breakdown, and it shows us that 21% of the municipal emissions breakdown comes from wastewater treatment facilities, and I'm curious which strategies address that large wedge. Do you want them to answer later?
Go ahead with your comments.
Okay, it's a very large.
You're noting that we need to.
It's a large
identify
chunk, and I didn't spot any of the strategies that address that chunk, and so I'm just, number one, encouraging that if there's going to be another iteration, that perhaps there could be some attention paid to that specific chunk. And related to that, outside of the Climate Action Plan, there's other planning related to the extension of wastewater treatment, and accounting for the energy costs of those efforts should also be running in parallel, so as not to have the Climate Action Plan pulling one direction and the other planning pulling in another direction.
Thank you.
Good evening, Alyssa Nickel from South Acton on School Street. First of all, I'd like to just thank the team for the incredible amount of work that went into this document, and also I really appreciate the phenomenal public engagement process that that created the document. I do want to just mention my appreciation for Jim and Himage's concerns expressed about BH1 and BH2. I also have some concerns about those. In fact, back in October, when the first draft was available, I emailed Andrea and objected to the fact that new building was in a climate action plan because I didn't think it had any place in a climate action plan since new construction by definition emits greenhouse gases. So it was edited. I got a lovely response from Andrea, and the goal changed to end with prioritized rehabilitation or reuse of existing buildings where feasible. I see that in the blueprint that was presented and available, that's now been taken out. I'm extraordinarily disappointed that rehabilitation and reuse has been taken out because in our housing production plan update last year, which also had a very extensive public engagement process, and as a result of that public input, the number one goal was a creation of affordable housing, and I quote, primarily from the rehabilitation and reuse of existing buildings. There's a lot of talk about providing affordable housing and mixed use a half a mile from the train station as well. And I note that in 2020, the long-term goals of the Select Board included establish a South Acton Revitalization Committee, and I don't see that being worked on. I also don't see it as being extended with this select board. I'd like to see that, because if we're talking about zoning changes near the train station, I think we need to look at it holistically. We need to look at what already exists there, the other projects like 53 River Street, 1921 Maple Street, and there needs to be an updated master plan or revitalization plan, whatever we end up calling it, because the last one was done almost 30 years ago in 1994. I also pointed out to Andrea in my email in October how much multifamily and affordable housing currently exists within a half a mile of the train station. There's already a lot there. There are also affordable housing overlays near the train station, as well as referenced in the document, the other centers and business districts. There's not going to be any difference made if we have these affordable housing plans if we don't also pull back on non-affordable housing development. So we really need to put some restrictions when we're approaching zoning changes on extra large single-family development. I was really disappointed to learn that the planning department encouraged the Hawks Crest developer to look at an affordable housing right on, Fletcher Court and Main Street, and instead there are going to be 8 very large single-family homes. The ones on Bumblebee Way are also large single-family homes by the same contractor, developer. Some of those have sold for up to $1.4 million. So if we're talking about affordable housing in Acton and affordable rents in Acton, and we're really serious about maintaining affordability, we really need to rein in non-affordable development. And that will also take care of our climate goals, because if we're focusing on what already exists here, renovating, rehabilitating, reuse of existing building, taking care of buildings, it's really comical to me to hear people talk about the lifespan of a building being 40 or 50 years. They're so old, because my house is not a historical building, but it was built in 1954, so it's almost 70 years old. I live in the South Acton Historic District, so my neighbors have homes that were built in the late 1700s, early 1800s, late 1800s. I mean, these are old buildings, and they're well taken care of by the people who live in them, and I think that we need to start taking care of our buildings and putting some financial resources into renovation and upkeep instead of throwing money at and resources and time and energy into new construction. Thanks.
Thank you. I just want to say that the phrase that you were looking for is on page 6 of the blueprint text, second to last paragraph. It says prioritize rehabilitation or reuse of existing buildings where feasible.
Okay, thanks. I would then ask you if we could please remove the where feasible, because I think we just need to prioritize it, period.
Thank you. Matt, could you call on the online people, please?
Yes, our first speaker will be the call-in user, who should be able to speak now and identify themselves.
Hi, this is Tara. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. So I didn't see the final language today, so it's impossible for me to comment on this plan. I hope that you don't approve this tonight. It is a lot to look at. I thank you for the effort to gather input, but unfortunately too much of it was ignored. This plan seems to enable increases in greenhouse gases for the reasons that Alyssa stated, and I feel like that part must be addressed before this is finalized. I really do appreciate the attempt, but there is a glaring issue. There's nothing in here that addresses the elephant in the room, growth, which impacts greenhouse gases, water uses, biosystems, etc. Equity can be achieved faster with a lower carbon footprint and more affordably by a commitment to the Rehab Trust. I implore you to stop promoting economic redlining by relying on new building to achieve housing equity. It'll never happen that way, which is good for elitists that don't want it anyway. It's my understanding that the official measurements of net zero do not include embodied emissions from building materials. This plan appears to be complicit with the growth rate in new building and even leaves room for more. The state's Global Warming Solutions Act specifically does not include these emissions, yet the World Economic Forum tells us that global construction accounts for 38% of total global emissions, with buildings equivalent to the size of Paris being built every week. So I urge the select board members to add something to limit land clearing, limit growth of new buildings to the item on zoning. While some may think this plan is too aggressive, I see this plan as far too business as usual, keeping growing at the same rate but insulating it. This plan will install virtually no limits. It doesn't even limit the increase in destruction. It doesn't limit the increase in emissions. Time is over. Continue talking. I'm almost done. Talking and trying, we have to stop. If we're to hire more people to stop the destruction, I am all in favor of it. To me, there's a high return investment in stopping the growth and actually trying to live within our natural resource needs, and we can get to equity faster by doing so. Fortunately, we have the Acton Affordable Housing Rehab Trust that can do both, but we have to want to first. We have to make a commitment to stopping business as usual. Anyway, I hope you don't approve this tonight, and to make sure that these issues are addressed before this gets approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Karen Watkins. Karen, you should be able to speak. I'm sorry.
Hi, thank you very much. This is Karen Root Watkins from 126 Strawberry Hill Road, and I'm also a member of Mothers Out Front. I really want to thank Andrea and the whole team for this document. A lot of input, a lot of thought has gone into it. And I really appreciate the spotlights, which give us a chance to look at what other communities are doing and to learn from their examples. I'm really looking forward to phase 2 because I think with a lot of these action items, it's, as other people have indicated, it's going to come down to how we find ways to finance it, and which is, most critical for people who can at least afford how climate change will impact them. But for all of us, even those of us who have more resources, making this transition is an investment, and really being able to educate our fellow townspeople about the financial opportunities and incentives that are available will be really critical. And then another thing about the actual retrofitting of existing housing stock in existing buildings, I think just one issue, and I don't even know if it's appropriate in this document, but it'll certainly impact what kind of actions we can take, is to look at our relationship with the utilities and how National Grid and Eversource resources and capacity will affect what we can do. Finally, I just want to comment on nature-based solutions. Again, the emphasis on resiliency is really important. I would love to have a little bit more in there about biodiversity. tree cover is really important, but as other people have indicated, it's not just a question of the trees, it's a question of healthy forest ecosystems. And having 25 deer per square mile is an issue that we need to address if we want healthy ecosystems. And being aware of our insect biodiversity is really critical to having the growing base that we need for healthy agriculture and for healthy environment. But again, just thank you very much. This is a really great place to start, and I look forward to getting into the nitty gritty. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next up will be Fran Cummins. Fran, you should be able to speak.
Thank you. I hope that the Select Board can express some support for this blueprint, even though I understand there are questions about new buildings, but there are a lot of provisions in here for retrofitting existing buildings, which is really quite urgent, and I'm hoping that the Select Board can find a way to include some sort of placeholders or down payments or something in the FY23 budget, especially for the retrofit program elements, so that we don't lose a year. In other words, we really need to get started on a lot of these things, but we may not have total details of everything in time to work through the budget in every step, but we could identify that at least the budget is not going to be zero. There clearly will be resources required, and I hope they can be, the FY23 budget can be designed in such a way that it would allow for some of this work to begin ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you. So that seems to be all the people who would like to comment. Andrea, I'll let you coordinate any final comments that you and the team have on what people have asked about.
Thank you, David. Thank you all for all your comments. Going back to Dean's and your comment, David, about how large this is and extensive, I think it's important to highlight that this is the blueprint, and phase 2 will identify what the priority actions should be. And this is just sort of informing that process, but at the end of the day will be a decision based on this cost-benefit analysis, greenhouse gas impact. And then regarding the housing comments, because there have been quite a few, I just want to note that we did also get a lot of feedback during the workshops and in the surveys from folks who do want to see more affordable housing in Acton. And what we did was we basically looked at the housing production plan. So we didn't want to reinvent the wheel. We wanted to see what we'd already done. And the housing production plan, went through a very long process to put together its plan and solicit input. So we essentially didn't change that. We aligned with that and focused on the sustainable aspects. And also, back to Lisa's point, included things like prioritize rehab or reuse of existing buildings where feasible. We also added additional things like ensuring zoning aligns with land conservation goals by working closely with natural resources and stakeholders in developing these changes. We said explore ways to use housing to encourage housing development to be as sustainable, to use zoning to encourage housing development to be as sustainable as possible. Things like allowing smaller scale units, like accessory dwelling units, but also, as mentioned, prioritizing rehab or reuse where feasible. There's also state level policies that we have to defer to, and maybe Julie, you want to comment on those as well.
Yeah, I think I just add, we at MAPC, the regional planning body for the greater Boston region, we're trying as much as possible to try to plan across traditional silos. And I think trying to advance equity in a climate action plan requires thinking about affordable housing. So from MAPC's perspective, the region has an affordable housing crisis and people need affordable public transit accessible places to live. And if people can't live in Acton, they're going to move to other places in our region. And since climate change doesn't respect those local boundaries, emissions are global, including affordable housing strategies. And a climate action plan is really important because Acton has the power to help shape what that housing will look like and ensure that it's net zero or as close to net zero as possible and sustainable and healthy and affordable for people. So that's the reason we tried to focus on affordable housing in the strategy. It was part of, in the plan, it was part of emphasizing equity and then helping Acton to meet its goals in that space.
And then just in response to Kim Caston's comment about wastewater treatment emissions, and I also appreciate your level of detail in looking at this. Those emissions are actually addressed in BH7 and BH8, which says, BH7 says adopt a net zero carbon standard for new municipal buildings and major retrofits in town-funded affordable housing. The town will research and set a policy and time frame for all municipal buildings to be net zero. This includes establishing trigger points. Apologies, this is all about new municipal buildings. So BH8 it says complete retro commissioning and energy efficiency improvements for all buildings owned by the town of Acton and Acton-Boxborough Regional School District. As a near-term step, the town will assess all of its municipal and school building stock, provide retro commissioning services to ensure building equipment is operating at peak efficiency, and pursue all cost-effective energy upgrades. There's also a few strategies looking at things like expanding renewable energy across all buildings where feasible, and looking at options like storage as well. So that includes the wastewater treatment plant as well, which is getting a solar roof installed.
Thank you. One thing I'll just comment on when you talked about the zoning. One other thing I heard tonight is that to consider on the other end whether large single-family houses need some kind of zoning limit, or maybe overcompensation in terms of, reducing their, their climate footprint. It can be at both ends of the scale, I think. Thank you very much. Mr. Manager, you're looking for us to endorse moving on to the next step here?
We think, this was a presentation of the blueprint. As we move forward to the next phase, I think a show of support would certainly help our team make sure that we're heading in the right direction. So thanks for considering that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, just wanted to add, I don't know if it's too late to add new items to this, and it's fine if it is, but one thing just kind of based on the discussions we had earlier today, one thing that could be added to like the energy planning category could be working with community stakeholders to work with them to create tangible plans for switching fully to renewable energy. This might already be part of one of the other goals, and I missed it. But I think that would be important to make sure that we are supporting local nonprofits that are doing good work while at the same time prioritizing the importance of sustainability, especially as, as you mentioned in the report, we have declared a climate emergency and speed is of the essence. But yeah, in terms of supporting this, I'm fully for it. I think this is an incredible effort. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further discussion among the board? And if nobody has anything, I would take whatever motion someone would like to make.
Go ahead.
I move to allow our Andrea Becerra to move to phase 2. Help me out here.
So we support the moving to phase 2?
Yes, we support the move to phase 2.
Of the climate action plan?
Yeah. Is that it?
Perhaps taking into consideration that there was feedback that we would like to see some changes with the blueprint as it currently is, maybe friendly amending that to we support Andrea and her team taking the suggestions that were discussed at today's meeting to move forward with creating an amended blueprint that can then move on to phase 2 after we look at it again.
So I think phase 2 does include more, and they said it was a living document, but we need that a little bit more succinctly. So can we say maybe we support the plan, the moving to phase 2, incorporating, continuing to incorporate comments from the board and the public?
Yes,
Perfect.
I would be for that.
Yeah. Lisa and Jim, did you get that? And is everybody on the board happy with that, or? If everybody's happy, someone could move that. Just say so moved.
So moved.
And then if someone is in favor, else is in favor, we can second that.
I'll second that. Could I attempt to read out loud what I got here? Because we've got sort of little pieces from different people.
Yes, please.
There were moving to support the town, moving to phase 2, while continuing to take into consideration ongoing input from the community and the board. Is that about right?
Yes, was moving to support, was that what you said in the beginning?
Yes.
Great.
Move to support,
Yep.
moving to phase 2, while continuing to.
Any further discussion on that, or comments on those words? Okay, sorry.
Just
Jim.
one piece, so I guess a question for Himija. One of the things that's happened in this rearrangement of the words is that we are not expecting the team to come back to us before they come on to phase 2, but just to, continue to take the input into account. And I want to make sure that was okay with you, because your original motion had to do with, coming back before proceeding.
Yes, I think I would be okay with that, with them moving forward with phase 2. But yeah, I think the key emphasis is continuing to take the community feedback that we got today and also kind of moving forward.
Great, thank you.
Okay, all in favor of the motion read by Jim, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? It's unanimous. Thank you very much, Andrea, Van, and Julie.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to a possible policy on encouraging building with clean energy. Jim, this is your initiative.
Yeah. Trying to look at the clock again. I'll bet. I would like to introduce this policy at least tonight, but I'm happy to skip an extensive discussion about it tonight with the expectation that, over the course of the next 2 weeks is probably not a prime time for a lot of additional development projects to come to the town. So I'd be happy to continue this discussion in January.
Can we see if it's controversial or not, right? Because, I would like to move forward with it. It's in the packet. I presume we've all read it. If there's some words you'd like to say about it, and, we can see what the board has to say and see if there's public comment, I would like to move forward with it.
Okay, well, let me introduce it and see where we go. So we have passed, the town meeting has passed this bylaw to prevent fossil fuel use in new buildings and major rehab, with a process for exceptions. By going to the building commissioner and explaining the need, financially or technically for the use of fossil fuels. We can't enact that bylaw until we get an okay from the state legislature one way or the other, either by a specific approval of our home rule petition or by more generic legislation that allows or requires towns to have such a ban. So in the meantime, what we learned when we met with the 9 School Street developer was we just asked. We said, gee, we noticed you're using natural gas, and have you considered, modern electrical heat, like air source heat pumps? He said, no. We gave him the name of Abode Energy Management to get some advice. He got the advice. He came back and said, oh, this actually makes more financial and environmental sense. I'm happy to do it. So given that example, it seemed like it was the lack of information that was potentially holding back a lot of developers from proceeding this way. So this policy has 2 parts. It basically directs the town manager to work with the appropriate staff, consultants, boards, and committees to ensure that project developers and owners are informed as early as possible in the development process of the town's preference for no fossil fuel use. The town will find and publicize information that will help project developers and owners learn about the financial and environmental aspects of building without fossil fuel technology. And that we direct our permit granting and advisory boards and committees to inquire of any project proponent bringing forth a project that uses fossil fuels, whether they have considered alternatives, and if so, why they chose fossil fuel systems. It's an attempt to get information out and ask the right questions early on in the process so that there can be a voluntary adherence to the, moving forward with our climate plans as easily and quickly as possible. That's it.
Comments from other members of the board? Dean.
Thank you. On the face of this, it seems pretty benign. I'm certainly very much in favor of providing as much information as possible to businesses, builders, developers about these issues. What I'm concerned with is the actual implementation of this and the tone that it sets. Specifically, the description that Jim gives about the 9 School Street project, I think, sort of polishes the apple a bit more than is really necessary. I think the clear message that was sent to the developer was that he was at considerable risk that his site plan was going to be denied if he didn't move off fossil fuel and go onto electric. That was even said right here by the chairman of the board in open session. So, and this in an attempt to enforce something which the Attorney General has said is unenforceable at this point in Massachusetts. So I think the tone, both from this board and certainly the staff takes their clues from the town manager takes his clues from us. I think the tone that the town staff might portray would also show this animosity towards the use of fossil fuel. And I think really sets a very bad environment for builders and developers and business owners. So I have no problem with the policy the way it's written, but I have real severe problems with how I fear it might be implemented. If using these non-fossil fuel systems, heat pumps, whatever, makes so much sense, we should be able to just provide that information and not twist anybody's arm. And what I've seen has been arm twisting. And I don't think that that's correct. And I think that that's contrary to what the state law is as it exists right now. So I want some assurances that this will be a cooperative effort between the town and applicants and not a coercive effort. Also, just a few hours ago, I saw that the Economic Development Committee had drafted out some comments about this, and I've not yet seen any feedback from any of the other boards like Design Review or whatever. So I think it's important that we give them an opportunity to it. But as I say, I'm I'm in favor of providing information. I'm in favor of using renewable sources of heating and cooling. I've got a number of air source heat pumps for my own house. But I think it's important that it be very clearly portrayed to town staff and town departments is that this is to encourage people and not to compel people.
Other comments? Imogen.
Thank you. First of all, Jim, I am really, really glad that you drafted this up because I think it addresses a very key issue that we've seen where select board input or select board votes have oftentimes come far into projects that, have already gained traction, and so our vote really weighs one way more than the other. And so I think that this is a step in the right direction. If anything, I would advocate for tightening up some of the language here. So for example, it would be great if we, required developers to, explain other non-fossil fuel alternatives that they have considered and why, if they are advocating for the use of fossil fuels, what their justification for that is. So yeah, but I think overall this is a well thought out document, and I applaud it. Thanks.
Fran, did you have a comment?
I don't have a comment at this time.
So I just want to say that this is a policy, not a law. I don't think that we can require that anybody do anything with a policy except town staff. Right, so we can direct the town manager and town staff, to provide information, things like that. But we can't require that someone tell us something or whatever without a bylaw, right? And that's not this, right? So a bylaw would have to pass town meeting. So, I think this is an excellent step. I think it can be super effective to supply people with information. In many cases, people have the misimpression that, these alternatives like air source heat pumps cost more to operate when they really don't cost more to operate. In fact, they cost less to operate than certain fossil fuel alternatives. It wasn't my intention to arm twist anyone, but during that first hearing on School Street, and I'm not trying to quote here because I don't remember the exact words, someone asked, why should we be in a position to ask the developer about this? And I said, well, they're asking us for a special permit. We can ask them about this, right? So I wasn't arm twisting them, and if that's considered arm twisting, okay. But I think when someone comes to us for a special permit, we can ask about things that are of import to the town, and I think this is one of them. But mainly, this policy provides information, and I think we've already seen that it can be effective. And I think until the state allows us to control fossil fuel infrastructure, I think this is a super tool. I would now take comments from members of the public, if people have comments. Hi, please go ahead.
My name is Dan Malloy. I'm actually a member of the Economic Development Committee. And I want to, we got the draft version of this that you had supplied and reviewed it on December 2nd. And what I think each of you have gotten an email is the written response to this. And I wanted to share that to get it into the public forum. So first of all, the Economic Development Committee is strongly opposed to the Select Board's proposal to advance the town policy that would subject contractors and developers to excessive scrutiny and potential prejudice around energy use decisions that are not supported by current state or local laws or regulations. The rationale for our opinions are as follows. The Economic Development Committee does not believe that energy policy should be advanced on a town-by-town basis, and believes it would be more efficient to align around the state level efforts to define and support the migration for fossil fuels. This will ensure a level playing field for all towns impacted by those types of decisions. We shouldn't be competing with Westford and Littleton on energy policy. The introduction of an informal regulatory environment around the use of fossil fuels would further alienate businesses, put the town at a competitive disadvantage with other neighboring towns competing for economic development, which is our charter, and add to the real perception that Acton remains a very difficult place to do business, which that is the perception. While we are not opposed to the town creating and making available information on energy alternatives for developers, that seems like a logical thing, we do question whether Acton is in a position to do that, but that's a separate discussion. We strongly oppose permit granting entities to use this issue as a litmus test for whether projects could advance in Acton. I think this is a bit what Dean was referring to. We believe the town would be sanctioning the harassment of businesses over energy policy decisions by a vocal minority. That's what we think this is going to empower. While we believe clean energy technology has advanced and is becoming more viable, and there has not been a cost-benefit analysis of these transitions for Acton for either residents or businesses. So people keep talking about the cost of heat pumps, lots of different. There should be an empirical economic analysis of what it means for a single-family household to have to make that migration. You can't just impose that as a part of a process. We do not believe the proposal is sufficiently grounded in research and evidence. The transition rate to these technologies is quite low across the state, less than 10%. And there remain serious concerns about the effectiveness and the implementation cost of these alternative energy policies. So those concerns that are real in our state, people aren't making those things up. People are slow to adopt this for very specific reasons, and most of it is cost related, which we need to understand before we start telling our town employees to harass developers to do this. The proposition that the town has demonstrated a strong interest in robust action is based on votes at town meetings, which, by the way, represent less than 5% of the Acton residents represented. To alter key decisions about energy policies based on a small, unrepresentative sample of town residents would be inappropriate, and the EDC would advocate for a broad-based assessment of active residents' orientation to the migration away from fossil fuels. This assessment, or even a ballot question, needs to be conducted by an independent entity and not attempted by people who are promoting a very specific agenda.
Thank you. Matt, could you get the people online, please?
Yes, of course. Karen Watkins, you are first up to speak.
Hi, this is Karen Watkins. Again, Mothers Out Front, and also active with the Energize Acton website. First of all, I want to say, way to go, Jim. I think this is great. In terms of the tone that it sets, I think it's saying that it's not trying to twist anybody's arm. It's saying we in this town really care about the fact that our climate is warming. We really care about creating a livable future for our children. And we also feel that non-fossil fuel options are affordable, healthy, and comfortable. I mean, it's not like we're giving up something that is the best in the world. We're actually turning towards something that's better. I don't think that those people who speak up in town meeting are a vocal minority. From the Energize Acton data, it's really interesting that people sign up and say, yeah, I'm going to commit to get an electric vehicle or, put in a Eversource heat pump. But when you look at the state data, you realize that there are already all these people in Acton who've done this. This is something that makes our community more attractive. And I think it makes it more attractive to business as well. That's my personal opinion. And thank you. I really support this.
Thank you.
Next up is a call-in user who should now be able to speak.
Hi, this is Tara from Acton. Can you hear me? Okay, so I agree with David and Himija and Fran and Jim and Karen. We should be twisting the arms of developers. That's the point of a special permit. That's the duty of the permit granting authority. The law states that no permit shall be authorized unless it's to the benefit of the community. In affordable housing, for example, when it's not affordable enough, we can require the developer to explain why they can't do it. For residential building, which is 95% of what we're talking about here, almost all of it, huge single-family homes, we have a duty to require this. The Economic Development Committee was enacted, I'll remind you, to increase the amount of taxes that come from businesses, not advocate for what residential developers want. The percentage of people and voters in Acton that benefit by development is tiny, like 2 to 3% of the public. I think this policy is rather weak, frankly. In Dean's words, benign, and should not only be enacted but strengthened. We may not be able to force every developer to do this, but we can direct town to prepare a bylaw to bring before us so we can vote to require it. In the meantime, by policy, yes. Special permits, yes. Twist these arms. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Judith, you are up next. Judith, you should be able to speak.
Yes, Judith Ehrenstein, others out front, 3 Gregory Lane, Acton. I think this is really a great idea. It's a great policy. I think that what this does is it helps the board in many ways, especially when National Grid is coming to put in new pipeline that we know is problematic. It's really not, to me, arm twisting. I think it's information. And offering developers information that maybe they don't know about. But my impression is that developers actually really like building all electric. Electric has to be there for your lights, and electric can be there for your heating and cooling. Done. You don't have to deal with putting in piping, which is problematic. Piping is dangerous. So I think this is a really good beginning, and we shouldn't be threatened by educating people. I mean, I find nothing threatening and arm twisting about this at all. It's like saying, hey, this is where our town stands. We've said this at our town meeting. And yes, it represents a small bunch of people, but that is the fact. Getting other people to show up and say maybe they don't like it, that would be terrific. But as Karen pointed out, I think Energize Acton is starting to show that people are already doing cold climate heat pumps. They work, they're inexpensive, and I think in some ways we have a duty to educate the developers who are coming to this town that this is what the town is looking to do. So, thank you.
Thank you. I missed one person in the room here.
Thank you, Alyssa Nickel, South Acton. That's the first time that I've heard town meeting called a vocal minority. If we're going to talk about a minority and a non-representation of town citizens, then let's talk about the 5 of you who were elected when 8% or 12% of people showed up at the polls. And here you are doing the work. The town declared a climate emergency at town meeting. It was overwhelming. We also voted to not allow fossil fuels in new construction, overwhelming. I don't agree that this is going to be putting us in a position of disadvantage, and for everyone who says that, I'd like to see the data on that. I think that this gives Acton a competitive edge, and I think that we've talked about it before at town meeting and also at select board meetings, that we are leading the way. We're ahead of the game, and we can set an example for other towns. And there's already legislation being proposed at the state level anyway. So I urge you to adopt this policy. I think for me, compel is not such a negative word as it is for you, Dean. I compelled my kids to eat vegetables when they were little. Putting a little pressure, providing them some rationale and reasoning behind it is quite different from forcing something that we're not allowed to do legally. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further comments from members of the board? Jim?
So I think we have the Economic Development Committee because they are fierce guardians of what helps businesses in Acton, and I'm not surprised at Dan's strong response to this proposal. They had a similar strong response to the original bylaw. I don't want to take the time at this meeting to go through the particular points that he raised. I think there are good responses to them, but it's late, we got a lot to do. I'd still propose we get this letter out in our extra information packet so people can see it. We wait to hear from other committees. I've heard individually from members of the Design Review Board who are in favor of it, but if we wait till our next meeting, they could have a meeting and actually, articulate it better. So I'm in favor of waiting for a future meeting to conclude this discussion.
Okay. I'd just like to make a couple wrap-up comments. I think waiting for the state to do something means we go last, right? We've already decided that we're among a handful of towns in the Commonwealth going first. And I think that's important. I also don't think in 10 years someone's going to be looking for a building. I'm looking for a building that burns natural gas. People are not going to be doing that. People are going to be looking for, a building that does not use fossil fuels. And we're providing this, advantage now, and no one is requiring anybody to retrofit anything here. This is merely information. If they choose to reject that information, that's fine. What we do in a special permit hearing is not affected one way or the other by this policy, right? Today, we did it already, right? We can already ask a developer whether their project includes fossil fuels or not, and we can ask them about it, and they can do something about it, or not. And if they don't, we can make it with our judgment when we grant or not grant the special permit. This doesn't affect any of that. What this does is it asks town staff to provide information to people, and that information is critical, right? I mean, if you can go to lots of places these days and get information on energy alternatives. That's for your own house that can make a huge difference that you just may not know about. So, and this is the same thing for business. So, Jim, you're not in favor of moving forward tonight?
No, I think the discussion is more important than rushing ahead.
Okay, and everybody is okay with that? We'll move on then. The Water Resource Advisory Committee. So I think Barry would need to be allowed in. Is he on?
There were some emails about Ron trying to get in via phone, but I think the manager responded.
Yeah, if we could promote Ron Parenti and Ron Beck, who's ending in 88, phone number ending in 88.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay, so, hi. Yeah, I'm on the phone, and Ron Parenti is going to show the slides. Ron, are you online there also? I can't see.
Yes, I am.
Do you have the ability to share?
Okay, so, all right, good. So, yeah, so just to explain, I'm, well, for me it's morning, but this morning I'm in Indonesia, and I appreciate what I guess Mark and John tried to see if they could adjust the Zoom, but it's set because of some of these prior incidents in Acton. I think the public meeting Zoom is set with a lot of security, so I can't log into the Zoom from Indonesia, but we'll proceed like this. So should I just go ahead, David?
Yes, but the slides are not yet up. Yeah, I'm also good. Oh, there they go. We're good. So, Ron Beck, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks a lot. So we'll try to keep this brief as we can, also to allow for some discussion because I know it's starting to get late. And so, Ron P., are we on the title slide, please?
Yes.
So,
yes, we are.
Yes. All right. So, thanks very much, everybody. This is a group. I'm just representing the group. There are 6 of us in the rack at the present time. As I said, I'm remote. Ron P. is also remote from his house, and both Barry Rosen and Matt Mosfeller, who are members of the committee, have a conflicting water commissioners meeting going on concurrently. It may be ending partly through this, I'm not sure. But thanks for the opportunity. So we're excited to present to you what we'd like to do moving forward. We've been working collaboratively as a team, and we've also been working collaboratively with the town staff. The last couple of meetings, we've had John, town manager, working with us to make sure what we propose is feasible, and Andrea has been working with us all along diligently. I'd just like to make a couple key points before we go into this. So it's interesting, this follows on really well from the climate action discussion earlier. So some of you, or maybe all of you, I don't know how many people know, but in the whole concept of sustainability, the United Nations in their COP meetings and so forth had defined 17 what they call UN Sustainability Development Goals for the world. And climate action is like actually one of those 17 goals, but clean water is actually higher on the list for the world. Clean water is number 6 on the list. And also number 10 on the list of the 17 UN Sustainability Development Goals is reduced inequalities. And I would argue that if we do not protect our water in Acton to keep it affordable, we actually create more inequalities in the town because we make clean water more and more expensive. So I'd like to start by saying several years ago in the Wall Street Journal, there was a very famous article that said water is the new oil, and by which they meant in that article that clean water in the world, and Acton also, by the way, will be increasingly expensive and in short supply. So I think a key theme of this short presentation and what the RAC would like to do over the next few months is water is a question of substance. It's not a process question. It's about substance. Almost every town decision, in fact, the ones being talked about earlier today about zoning, but almost every town decision has a water impact. The thing is, we don't know exactly what it is because it hasn't been studied systematically yet, and that's what we're proposing to do. But the town's water supply is limited. Today we get all our water from the subsurface aquifer. If people know what that is, it's basically from water sitting underground. And our ability as a town to provide clean water to people is becoming increasingly expensive because the water is under the ground, it's recharged from the surface, and it's subject to being contaminated. So this is a zero-sum game. Everything we do in terms of in the town affects that. So if you'd move on, please, Ron, to the second slide, which should say discussion topics. So what we're gonna briefly do in the next 15 or 20 minutes is review the committee membership. Then I think it's really important we're going to spend a couple of minutes on what are the roles of the Acton Water District and what are the roles of the town, because I think there's still a lot of confusion about that, even in questions related to what we should be doing leading up to this meeting. So we'd like to clarify that at least for the people listening in at this town meeting, at this select board meeting, but also for the select board members. Then we'll just go through very briefly what's current Acton situation in terms of water, why do we need to study this, and then finally what do we propose in the short term, which is to focus our initial efforts on assessing future water situation in the context of the Great Road Revitalization effort, which is starting to gain some momentum and discussion. So we'd like to focus the first part of our water study on that concrete section of town, and basically by doing that, demonstrate the importance of this and also demonstrate that that we can study this on a broader town-wide basis effectively in a reasonably short period of time and provide a decision framework for the select board and the town staff going forward. Next slide, please, Ron, the membership slide. So this is the current membership of the committee. We've been operating since the 2017 town meeting voted unanimously, by the way, at the town meeting to request a water study be performed. The four of us listed at the top, myself, Matt Mostower, Barry Rosen, and Ron Parenti actually joined the committee about a year and a half ago, I believe. But certainly the three of us have been working on this for, I think, at least 8 to 10 years. But we're excited that we just have two new members of the committee, Joe Robb and Mike Geisen, I believe, in the consent agenda for tonight. They're scheduled to be promoted to full members of the committee, which will be great. We'll be in a very healthy position to perform this study. There's space for up to 2 associate members, so I'd like the select board to keep that in mind. In the past, we've had representatives of the Board of Health, but also CONSCOM and Planning, and that would be advisable if we could re-up some associate members to represent those other constituencies. I think that would be really important to make sure we represent everybody's point of view on this, in particular, certainly planning, but also health. Next slide, which is should be the town of Acton's role. Is that slide showing now?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay, great. So this slide has got a lot on it, and hopefully people can see it if you're in the room there. But I think we asked that copies be printed out for the select board members. So let's start. I think there's still confusion. So just to be very clear, there's 2 entities in the town that impact water. One is called the Acton Water District on the left, and the other is the town of Acton on the right. Now, the Acton Water District is incorporated with the state, just like the town of Acton is. So it's somewhat independent, but obviously in geographical area, the 2 are together. So what does the Acton Water District do? So first of all, it supplies water to most, but not all of the town. So there's 2 specific sections of the town water district does not supply water to today. One is actually where I live, which is the area of Strawberry Hill Road, Esterbrook Road, and parts of Pope Road are on private water because water mains were never run to those streets. But also there's a small section of Route 2A joining the border with Concord, where the town of Concord supplies water. But for the rest of the town, which is over 90% of the water users in town, the water district does the following things. So it's responsible to identify and develop sources of supply. Today, those are 100% water wells, drawing water from subsurface underneath the properties and lands in Acton. Second objective of the water district is to manage the supply and demand. So how much supply is available from these wells? What is the demand? How do we ensure that we can meet that demand, both for domestic water, in other words, residential, for commercial industrial water, for agriculture, and also, extremely importantly, for fire protection. So basically, the water district is responsible to make sure it has reliable and clean water for all of these purposes. Also, the water district owns a small amount of land, mostly areas which are called Zone 1, parts of the Zone 1. So the land, someone during the climate action meeting was talking about some maps that are being prepared. So there's 4 zones in terms of water protection that are defined partly by this, by the town in cooperation with the state, that the state governs these zones. So there's zone 1 means water that directly, in a very short period of time, will end up in the water wells. And zone 2 is the main recharge zones for those water wells that have been defined geologically and hydrologically, and that should be protected by the town, for sure. Zone 3 are sort of secondary areas that also recharge, but don't have as short-term and direct an impact, but certainly in the longer term are important for the sustainability of the town. Then the water district is responsible to pump and treat water. So increasingly the treatment is really important. And so we have right now going on this PFAS issue, but that's a treatment question. So it's appeared in the water supply wells, therefore it has to be treated. Therefore the water district needs to figure out how do we address that and make sure we're supplying only safe water based on state and federal regulations to citizens. And then finally, to achieve all the above, builds and operates the infrastructure, which includes the wells themselves, the treatment plants, storage, and then all the water distribution that brings the water to both businesses as well as people's houses and in schools and so forth and so on. So that's what the water district does. Now, the key point is that although it seems like the water district therefore controls water, they have very limited authority. They can understand how much people are demanding and they can supply it, but they don't actually have the broad authority that the town does, which is crucial in the long-term sustainability of the water. And that's why a committee like ours exists and why we have members of both the water district and the town at large, members because we all need to work together on this. So if you look on the right, the town has what we call broad authority. So first of all, and most important, you on the select board, the town meeting, the town in general, creates the vision and direction of the community. In particular, with respect to water, this has, the decisions we make as a vision in terms of, all have been discussed tonight, growth, anything related to zoning and growth will affect the population growth, and it will affect business growth, which therefore will affect growth in demand for water. So just to give you a simple example, people were talking about zoning for affordable and smaller, more compact housing for sustainability reasons. Well, that's true, but at the same time, when you do that rezoning, you're a priori, saying that you're going to be allowing further growth in town, which is going to be creating more population, more water demand, and so forth. So they're all related. So second bullet then, the town controls all the land use regulations. So the zoning rules, the enforcement of those rules, the hazardous materials registrations, which have historically been under the purview of the health department to sort of administer the Hazardous Waste Act. So where are all the hazardous waste sources? Do we know what's going on with them? Are we monitoring them? Are any escaping into the groundwater? Stormwater management. Stormwater is a major source of water quality issues because impervious surfaces have lots of oils and things like that on them, which then end up into both recharge areas but also streams, and then wetlands protection. Wetlands is a really important aspect of the whole recharge of our water system. So basically all of those decisions are under the control of the town. The water district can request the town to do things, but the water district can't control that. Then land preservation and management. Are we preserving our zone 2s? Are we paying attention to our zone 3s? Are we considering those every time we allow development? Then road and sidewalk maintenance. So both the maintenance of the roadways themselves, but also the stormwater systems and so forth. And then finally, wastewater management. In Acton, all of the wastewater ends up back into the groundwater eventually somewhere. So the management and effectiveness of both our municipal treatment systems, also the ones that might be proposed, as well as individual systems and the trade-offs. So I think this is really important to understand. The other part to this I forgot to mention is that, the way it's paid for. So in a lot of towns, the town collects the money against your water bill. But in Acton, of course, water is a completely separate budget. So the water district has to be self-sufficient from a budgetary point of view. So when they encounter a very major issue, such as the PFAS issue, all of a sudden they potentially have very expensive treatment costs which unless there's some sort of collaboration or discussion at least between the town and the water district, you have a much smaller entity budgetary-wise that is responsible for dealing with potentially a very large public health risk and a large quality of life and sustainability impact. So again, these are all interrelated. Now, there are two other slides which we have hidden, but one of the things we did, which, so I move on to the next slide, Ron. So if you look at that interrelationship, there are two hidden slides which you have in your packets which sort of show how the water district has been managing the supply and demand for water. But the fundamental issue is that we're very tight as a town. So we're operating very close to our allowed, the state regulates how much water the town is allowed to draw. And we're very close to our permitted limit. And we've been able to stay at that permitted limit by extremely diligent and aggressive conservation activities by the water district. But we're reaching a point at which, on the current growth path of the town's population growth, we're going to hit up against significant issues with our ability to supply future water. And then and that's really the key purpose. This one slide really tells you what is the real reason that we need to do this water study. We need to help inform the select board and the public, what is likely to happen if you do different types of rezoning. What is likely to happen if we revitalize Route 2A, for example, this economic revitalization proposal. And how could that affect our ability to supply water, but also the cost of it? Because clearly, the more that you run into an issue with your ability to supply water, the more you have to look at alternative ways to get water and potentially more expensive water. So, and one of the issues is, as you can see from this slide, the actual performance of the town in terms of population growth has exceeded almost all the other projections that have been used by the different plans and entities to think about what's likely to happen. So, part of the whole nexus of this water study is to understand what can we do, and every decision that the town makes, just know what the impacts are. We can probably accommodate different types of situations, but we need to know, are we creating a sustainable or unsustainable future? And while it might be great, for example, to rezone some areas into higher density housing, you're not at the same time telling people the other land is going to stay undeveloped. So you're potentially creating population growth even at a higher pace. So these are all important parts of the water picture and the sustainability picture for the town. Next slide, Ron. So we should now be on...
how much time?
Okay, so future town planning slide.
Ron, how much time do you have more?
Showing that.
It's up, Ron.
Okay, so I'm not going to go through all of this. You can read it. We talked about trying to put fewer words on this slide, so we thought it was important to write out the sentences so people could see. But basically, this recapitulates what I've just said verbally, and the population continues to grow. Our actions are going to impact that one way or another. We need to start thinking about this, and one of the things we talked to John about in terms of close coordination between what we're doing and the town staff and the town departments, they're just starting to think about moving into the very, very earliest stages of the next master plan. So how do we make sure we provide the tools to that group so that the future water planning incorporates water resources as a fundamental part. Next slide, which should be scope. So this is the broader scope of the water resources study we plan to do or would like to do over the next, probably to do this whole study is maybe a 2-year project. We're not proposing to do all of this right now, but I just wanted to put up here, we wanted the select board to understand overall, to do the things I've just been talking about, to understand the things, to enable you as the policymakers, the select board and the town meeting, you need to know these things. You need to know, what is the supply going to look like today and tomorrow? What is the risk of future pollution events like PFAS happening? How do we mitigate them through, land use management and so forth? What does the demand look like, and what are the different scenarios there? And then how do we manage what water we have, and also manage wastewater treatment as a key part of this, and other pollution. Wastewater treatment and stormwater being two of the key things that the town needs to manage from a overall water management point of view. And then the ultimate outcome would be to create for the select board and the town staff a policy decision matrix that will provide a very good tool set of each major, special permit that comes up or decision that comes up. What are the things that should be thought about as you take a vote? So no, we're not intending to recommend how to proceed, but we're intending to create a decision structure so the water can be brought into the picture as a key component in future decision making. Next slide. So it should say focus first phase on it. Is that up now? Yeah, so this then comes down to what we specifically have come to this meeting to tell you we'd like to do, and hopefully get your confirmation that this is what you'd like us to start with. So roughly speaking, there's around $40,000 of consulting money available in the town manager's budget that John believes he has available and can find. And so we had a lot of discussion and decided, well, maybe it's a good idea to focus that initial effort on the current activities going on around the Route 2A corridor, because it has many water policy implications. Runs right alongside a major pond that we've just invested in upgrading some paths around. It's right next to the bicycle path. It's right next to the stream. And also, as you get closer toward Littleton, the Route 2A actually is within a recharge area that eventually ends up in the Conant Wells. So, if there's currently a preliminary feasibility study being proposed around, waste treatment systems, so potential different options for how waste treatment is handled along the Route 2A corridor, from local systems to expansion of sewage treatment and so forth. Those are going to have those are going to both have, wastewater treatment impacts, but also they're going to have potentially water demand impacts. So the idea is to build the study around this section of town first in a way that we can extend it relatively easily to cover the rest of town later. So next slide. Slide 12. All right. So that should be scope of the phase 1 study.
Ron, how long are you going to take?
Yeah.
You've already taken a long time.
Sorry, say that again.
How long do you expect to take?
Oh, for the study?
No, just to complete your presentation.
Oh, this is the last slide.
Okay, thank you.
This is the last slide. Yeah. So, so this, this is, this was based on discussions between John, Andrea, and our group. And this seems like a way to take the elements of the overall scope, put it in the context of this project, be able to come up with a valuable and constructive, piece of information that will be able to feed right into what's happening in terms of revitalization of 2A proposals and looking at sewage treatment options and so forth. So this is basically the proposal here. and you can, hopefully you can read this yourselves, but basically look at, the costs, the risks, the potential, where people need to think about impacts on water supply in general and our ability to supply the water, and then provide a matrix back to you, the select board, to help you in that decision process, and do this in time to be synchronized with what's happening with the rest of the work around the Great Road Corridor. So slide 13, which is the final thing, which says ask on it. So basically what we're requesting is that you as a select board confirm that you like this proposal. And we've already talked to John and to Andrea, and John can speak for himself, but I believe they're in line with this. And Andrea is committing herself to a reasonable extent to continue to be available, and she's been a great resource to our committee.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
So I have some comments, but does anybody else on the board want to make comments? Jim?
Great work to the RAC and to Ron in particular, and I really appreciate the way the staff and the RAC work together to figure out how to get started on this.
Just a quick question. Is the 40K for just phase one?
Ron or Ron?
Yep.
She's asking if the $40,000 is just for the first part of the study.
Phase.
Yes, we're going to try to do as much as we can with it, but yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Maybe maybe John would want to comment on that. I don't know.
He doesn't want to comment right now.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
I have some comments, and I'm sorry, but I have to say I'm hugely disappointed. In all these slides, if you ask anybody in town about the water problems in Acton, you'd get 4 letters back, PFAS. The slides that have been in front of us tonight don't use those letters. You said PFAS once, I think, but you're going to spend $40,000 on a water study and you don't mention PFAS? I find that to be unbelievable. The second issue regarding water in town is really stormwater. How do we infiltrate water from our roads, and where does it go, and so that the runoff doesn't endanger our aquifers, and that we don't lose too much to run off to places we don't want it to run off. Huge issue. You're just barely scratching the surface of that here, and instead you're focusing on a potential, not even definite, a potential wastewater treatment district, which has minimal effect on water. And I'm really actually also disappointed in the fact that the implication here is that we're running out of water. We don't have a water quantity problem. We have a water quality problem. And, we're blessed with 1.3 million gallons of rainfall per acre per year. And that's probably going up with climate change for us. So we don't have a problem with quantity.
Okay.
We have a problem with PFAS, which is definitely a health issue. And we have a problem with aesthetic quality. In places we have manganese and iron in our wells. So those are issues, but you're implying that we're going to run out of water, which I think is a bad impression to give the public because it's wrong. In the past 15 years or so, Acton's population has increased by about 13%, and our water use has decreased by 14%. And I understand what you said about aggressive conservation members, and I agree with that. That's wonderful. But the implication here that, that we're going to run out of water is false. And finally, in cost.
Okay, so.
Wait, I'm not done speaking. And finally, for cost,
sure.
You're asking the town here to spend $40,000 on an initial study or initial phase with the promise of spending more money later And you're not addressing adequately, you're not addressing at all PFAS, and you're not addressing adequately stormwater. I think that's, you know, if we were to bring this to town meeting and say we're going to have a water study that doesn't consider PFAS, you know, that's not going to be a popular thing at town meeting. You know, I'm sorry. This is just, I don't know what to say. I'm just hugely disappointed. I'll let you respond.
So, yeah, sure, fine. So let's talk about the PFAS first. And, you know, by the way, you did provide your input a month ago or so. So we've been considering your input, both on the although you talked about the stormwater differently tonight than you did in your other input that you gave through Imager. But, you know, so first of all, I'd like to ask, because I can't see here. So is Matt on the meeting at present, or is he still in the Water Commissioners meeting? Is anybody able to see if he's able to speak?
I don't want to drag out this conversation, you know, along.
No, so fine, but what I'd like to tell you is
you can respond here. We don't have to bring
the water. So just let me talk. So the PFAS, as I mentioned, is no, they're not mentioned on the slides. PFAS is it's all the water district is working on right now. So they have all their resources working on solving this problem. I don't actually think there's anything that we can do to contribute to that, because that's an existing contamination problem. I don't think nobody knows for sure the source of that contamination. That's outside of the scope of what our committee can look at. You know, that's basically identification and remediation problem for a pollution issue, which is within the purview of the water district, because their responsibility is to, you know, either remove the water sources which contain PFAS, in other words, shut down wells, which they have done, and or figure out how to treat for PFAS, which is what they're doing at the present time. And, you know, we can say we're going to look at it, but there's really nothing we can add. That's actually would not be honest, because we can't address that. The water district needs to address that. And Matt, who's on, you know, and Barry, who are both on the committee, both feel that is outside the scope of what we should be doing in the study, and that, in fact, is in the scope of what the water district should be doing. You know, now as far as what is in scope is to look at future potential contamination issues, and that is part of the broader study. You know, which is you know, related to how well is the town managing the hazardous waste sources? Do we have them all mapped? And that's all part of what we want to look at. If you actually look along Route 2A, there's a lot of potentially hazardous things being stored right along that area. You know, most of which the town knows are there, but need to be looked at. Now, in terms of, there's a slide which we did not show for sake of time, but you have it in your packet, and it shows up as slide number 6 if you look at it. But I would argue we are running out of water. And that's really the information we presented at the town meeting, which was why the town meeting voted to do this water study. And the town meeting, there was no PFAS problem at the time the town meeting voted to enable us to proceed with this. What's happened is this year happens to have been a very high rainfall year compared with a typical year at Acton. What that's done is it's allowed water to be supplied with minimal impact, even though we had to shut down some of our water sources due to PFAS contamination. So if we had an average year, you know, people would have seen very stressed water supply issues in Acton for this year due to that. So I think for you to say that there's not a water quantity issue, I think is is not correct. And part of the whole, and especially if we keep enabling policies which encourage growth, we will for sure be having water, quantity issues, both quality and quantity issues. And, it's very popular right now to talk about, for our children, we need to make sure we have a zero carbon future. Well, for our children, we need to make sure we have enough clean water so that Acton is an affordable place to live in the future. And what you're going to see, especially because the water district has largely been left to its own devices to handle this PFAS issue and to handle the treatment costs, the water rates are going to go up. And water is going to become expensive. And that's, both quality will be an ongoing issue, but the cost will become an issue. And why is the cost going up? Because of and much more stringent restrictions on what people can do with their water. So, growth is an important vector and land use with respect to all of these issues, and they need to be considered together. And by the way, we have a new member on the committee, Joe Robb. I think he's either in person at the meeting or online. And he's a professional at doing consulting work in this general area. And he and I both looked at costs to do such a study correctly. $40,000 is a minimal amount of money. It's almost embarrassingly small to spend to correctly study. Particularly if you'd like us to look at PFAS and other contamination issues, you're talking at a much more expensive study, properly funded with an environmental consulting company to do this. We were informed at a recent meeting that there is not, an appetite in the town to do that at this time. So we're trying to do as much as we can with a relatively smaller amount of money, and hopefully prove to everybody, that yes, some of the things you said are true, that we do have potentially a future water quality issue, and it needs to be studied more thoroughly.
Okay, thank you very much. Comments from the board? Hemija.
Thank you. So, yes, I just wanted to reiterate some of the things that Rack mentioned and also some of the concerns that you brought up. So first of all, just really wanted to applaud Rack. They have been working diligently on presenting to the select board for the last couple of months, meeting with our town manager, meeting with Andrea, myself multiple times. They've really done their due diligence with making sure that what they're presenting is a robust proposal, and underscores the importance of working alongside town staff to really work forward towards a water study that really keeps sustainability in mind. So to be brief, because I know we are short on time, they did incorporate stormwater into their proposal, as you can see, for their phase 1 study scope. That was something that both the town manager and your feedback, David, suggested, and so they incorporated that into there, specifically looking at the feasibility of a stormwater utility, looking at managing stormwater, and that was something that was incorporated. PFAS was touched upon. Like Ron said, we wanted to distinctly highlight what falls under the jurisdiction of the water district and what falls under the jurisdiction of the town, and also recognizing that water quantity and quality issues are not separate, but they are very intertwined issues. If anything we've seen from 2021 and our PFAS issues, it's that we really have no guarantee of, what water supplies we'll have now and into the future. And so a study like this could really help inform some of these really key unknown factors when it comes to our water supply. And in terms of the cost, this was something that, RAC had worked to get approved under Article 26 in the 2017 town meeting to allocate a certain amount of money that can go into a water study, working with town staff to make that happen and hire a consultant. And this is something that, you know, I strongly believe we need for this town, you know, kind of, you know, based on the conversation that we had, whether there is enough water, there isn't. I think a study like this could really help inform this, and the fact that we're focusing on Great Road, which is a part of town that, you know, all of us truly support revitalization efforts around, I think would be a good starting off point to potentially understanding the power and importance a study like this can have. So I do think that this is a really important stepping point, and RAC has done a ton of work to present today.
Thank you. Anybody else on the board? I'll take, Matt, the 2 comments online very quickly, please. I would ask that each person limit themselves to less than a minute.
Yes, of course. The first comment is from Tara. Tara, you should be able to speak.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Tara from West Acton, and I not only fully support this, I think that the 40,000 I think should be increased by 10. I think that there's millions of dollars in this ARPA fund, and I hope that at least one of you select board members move to change the budget for this water study to be what it needs to be. I don't think that there should be any money spent on expansion or expansion of water uses before this study is complete to a full satisfaction. So not just a tiny bit of it as an introduction or a phase 1. I think that we need to do the full water study with all of the aspects that David mentioned. And I do know that the water district is working, as Ron indicated, on PFAS. And so I don't think that this necessarily has to be focused on that. I think it should be focused on all of the holistic issues. This is like a first chance that are actually doing some holistic planning around here. And so I urge you to move to change the budget, the water study budget to $400,000 and get it to be what it should be. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our second hand is actually the presenter. They should have.
That's all then. What would we like to do?
I'd be happy to move that we authorize this $40,000 for this phase 1 study as a chance. Yeah, I think that's all I really need to say.
I would like to second that motion, underscoring, you know, something that we've already talked about today, the importance of thinking sustainably about our water sources. So, yeah, I second that motion.
Okay, I'm worried quite a bit that this is a down payment on more money, and the results from what's proposed here, you know, they're not properly targeted towards what we need. That's very, very worrisome. I'm not even talking about the PFAS. I mean, even putting that aside, this is a lot of money for a study compared to other things we study. This is not a good buy. And I would have a hard time explaining this to townspeople. We're spending all this money on a water study that, first of all, doesn't deal with PFAS and doesn't deal well enough with stormwater. And I would say that we should not concentrate on Route 2A. That we should concentrate, get $40,000 worth of stormwater study across the entire town. But so I'm going to vote against this. But is there any other comment before we vote?
Sorry, just wanted to emphasize that Great Road was specifically chosen also due to the fact that we did approve ARPA funding for Great Road wastewater infrastructure feasibility study. And so RAC definitely chose this location because of interest that we had shown on the select board for those efforts, and are really dedicated again to working alongside the goals of the select board and the town staff to really make sure this water study can do what it can do. Thanks.
Okay. I'm sorry, please go, no, you haven't spoken.
I just was curious if we were going to open this up to public comment.
I took all the comments that were there.
Sorry, I missed it. Sorry.
There was only one. Okay, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor of Jim's motion, say aye.
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 And I'll say nay, so it's 4-1. I don't see Chris Allen on, so I'm going to skip the sewer commissioner's business for now and go to the DIC charge. I could read it if people want to read it. I think you probably all read the proposed charge from the packet. The charge uses wording that is used elsewhere in the Commonwealth. It's been reviewed by town council. It takes into account the recommendations from the DEIC. Happy to take any questions on it, or Dean.
Thank you, David. I started by saying that, this might shock some people, but I think this is pretty good. I'm pleased that, especially as far as the procedure for membership and quotas and all that, I think that's been clarified, and I really think that's good. The one suggestion I have is under duties, I think we should add something about collaborating with the Acton-Boxborough Regional School District. And I think it's an important enough point to actually put that right out there. A lot of the anecdotal evidence that we've heard from time to time about issues of discrimination have revolved around situations happening within the school district. And I think it's really important that we make sure that we reach out to those folks and that all of our efforts would be collaborated with them. And this is very similar, you might say, well, gee, it's a school district issue. We should not get involved with their business. But if a crime is committed on school district property, the Acton police investigate. If a fire takes place, the Acton Fire Department responds. When they've been working on things like their new school, the wetlands and building department and the health department have all been involved from the town of Acton. So I think the school district is certainly part and parcel of the town, and I think it's important that they be subjected to the same sort of collaboration and, frankly, scrutiny that any other town operation be exposed to. So I would request that we add that specifically under the duties, some wording along those lines.
Thank you. That's a good idea. Jim, you have your microphone on. Do you have a comment? Nope. Imogen.
Yeah, actually, just a clarifying question. So under membership, it said other members may include up to 2 ABRHS students with parental permission. I was wondering why there was a cap to that, or is it, or is it just, kind of the minimum? I just wanted some clarification on that.
That's what we did last time. I don't think we want, if you want to suggest a change, that's fine. I think 2 out of 11 is a good ratio for students. But if you wanted to suggest another, a change, we could talk about that.
Yeah. So, for example, if there were 3 students who are interested, would they be able to serve, or is 2 the maximum? I was just asking for clarification on the language.
Oh, so it meant up to 2. So it wasn't requiring any, but it wasn't a minimum of 2 or anything. But up to 2 students, which is was a little bit of an exception last time because, in fact, it was a little odd for the town clerk to check, because they're not listed as voters.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so usually she makes sure the people are residents because they're on the voter list or in the census, but they weren't, they weren't specifically listed. So it required a different way of confirming that they were town residents. But anyway, it was meant to be up to 2.
Great, yeah, thank you. That makes sense.
Other comments?
I think this sounds great, and I agree with Dean's suggestion of including the school.
Yeah, that sounds
Yep.
good. Comments from the public? Mr. Kedlick.
The DIC final report didn't have any information as to how they reached their conclusions. There was nothing about, assessing racism in Acton and so forth. So what was this based on, this particular new charge for the EIC? Why was this done? What is different from last year? A lot of these things sound the same as the charge for last year, which didn't get done.
So it's a blend of things. It's a blend of recommendations from the DEIC. It's as I said earlier, it's wording that's used in other towns in the Commonwealth for their DEICs or human rights commissions.
There are a lot of things in here which I simply don't understand what it means as far as actually implementing it. I could read most of it, but I'll pick one. Build trust with the community. How's that going to work? What does that mean?
Well, that's their charge, right, is to figure that out.
They have to.
I mean, the charge doesn't tell them how to do it, right? The charge tells them what we'd like them to do. And the biggest thing from last year mainly was to produce a report. That was by far and away the biggest item in last year's charge. This is different than that.
But okay. Implement systemic change of what? All of these things are nice phrases, but I don't know what it means as far as what the commission going to do. It doesn't tell me that. Well, let's leave that for some other time. A related question, how is the $35,000 study of the job for the diversion officer coming?
Mr. Manager.
We're kicking off in January. It's likely not going to cost $35,000.
Say again?
We're kicking it off in January, and it will likely not cost $35,000.
Well, that would be good. Thank you.
Other comments in the room? Matt, there are several comments online.
Yes. Stella Coe is our first commenter. She should be able to speak now.
Hi, Stella Coe, Guswood Road. Thank you so much for the new charge. I really like how collaborative it is for the DEIC to work with all the different parts of the town. And thanks to Dean for adding the school to that collaboration. But thanks for the great charge.
Thank you.
And next up is from a Colin user. I believe it's Tara from earlier.
Hi, this is Tara. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you very much for this work. I think it's excellent. I hope you all vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next up is Linda Vieira. I believe I said that name correctly, but please correct me if I'm wrong.
Linda Vieira, Village of Nagog Woods, and I would like to encourage everyone to vote yes, and I do like Dean's suggestion about including the schools, and I second what Stella Coe and Tara said. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I see no more comment. Dean, on your suggestion, would you like to see collaborate with the Acton-Boxborough Regional School District, semicolon, or on issues affecting the community, so I think I heard from you, collaborate with the AB Regional School District. Should it say any more than that, or is that enough?
I think that's, I would say to collaborate with the Acton-Boxborough Regional School District to investigate incidents and
To address incidents?
to address incidents. I think that's probably gives the sense of it.
Okay. Okay, sorry?
If needed.
Well, I think they're, I think they're all kind of all, if the situation happens. So I would then take a motion to approve the charge as drafted with the addition under duties of collaborate with the Acton-Boxborough Regional School District to address incidents.
So moved.
I happily second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? It's unanimous. And no, I'm sorry, any abstentions? No abstentions. I missed that earlier, so. Okay, thank you on that. Mr. Manager, item 9, temporary license agreement for Boston area.
This is asking the board to authorize the Boston area gleaners to farm the land that they're working on over in South Acton. We're actually bringing to town meeting an article to provide for a 10-year lease, and this would be the interim ability for them to use the land before we get that town meeting to consider that long-term lease.
Okay, is it just for everybody's information? I believe this is a field that's on the left side of Martin Street or the pond side of Martin Street. The left side as you're headed towards the Gleaners, or the pond side of Martin Street, or the east side of Martin Street, right? I'm pretty sure that's the field we're talking about. It's along Fort Pond Brook near the pond. So it's on the other side of the street from where the Gleaners are, and it was actually part of the conservation purchase for the Cowett land. So we own that property.
Mhm.
It's on the other side of Martin Street, though,
Got
from
it.
the rest of the Cowett land. And it got an agricultural restriction on it, I think. And so, any questions? Comments from members of the public? I see none in the room, and I see none online. So we'll vote. I would take a motion to approve the temporary license agreement for the leasing the fields to Boston area Gleaners.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Excellent. Accept grant of easement 282 Main Street, Mr. Manager.
Just an intervening question before we jump into that. Did we ever find Chris Allen on the line? Did the?
He's going to let me know when he's available. He's
Okay, great.
currently still in another meeting.
Okay, great.
For this next item, I'd like to ask Executive Assistant Lisa Tommel to provide some input on what we're talking about here.
Thank you. I believe that this is the last of the easements for Kelly's Corner. This was the last one that we needed to obtain. It's the yellow housing, I believe what it is. And we need this to continue to move forward and start our planning for the Kelly's Corner project.
Thank you. Nice job.
So if I'm not mistaken, I think this is kind of across the street from the new bank building. Is that correct? Yes, and the easement is just for a really narrow strip. So any questions on this? Any public input in the room or online? Seeing none, we'll vote. I would take a motion to accept the grant of easement 282 Main Street.
So moved. Oh, after you. I'll second.
Okay, so Dean moves, Jim seconds. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Last item except for consent. This takes a little bit of time because I have to read these. Sorry.
Better you than me.
So these are all various kinds of licenses, mostly alcoholic beverage licenses and car dealers, I think. So first is, I would take a motion that we approve the license to expose, keep for sale, and sell all kinds of alcoholic beverages to be drunk on premises as listed in the renewal master list, section 12, for $5,000 each license. Seventh Settlement South LLC, DBA True West. Chickadee, which is Ben Jarong. Concord Brewery, which is Rapscallion, Table and Tap. El Hupil. Frolic and Detour, which is Red Raven. Gerard Labrosse, which is Le Lainez. Great Road Seafood Sales, which is Atlantic Seafood. Indoor Sports Management, which is the Overtime Bar. Jamin Corporation, which is Crossroads Cafe. Leafat Inc., which is Spice Pepper Garden. Not Your Average Joe's. Poe's Barbecue LLC, which is Ginger Court. Quail Ridge Country Club. RFG Golf, which is X Golf. Round Table Entertainment LLC. And Yang and Zhang, which is Beijing, Tokyo. If someone will say so moved.
I would so move, but I do have a question once we get it seconded.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. Dean, to your question.
Mr. Manager, I understand there have been some issues in the past with Rapscallion, and is there any sort of an update that you'd like to give us about their either building issues, parking issues, zoning issues?
Yes, all of the above. They also produce very good food and drink there. But the part of the license renewal process, we reach out to building and the permitting staff to see if there's anything outstanding. There were some issues in the kitchen that needed to be addressed from a fire safety standpoint. And I believe that as of last week that they had been addressed, at least unless we've heard otherwise. Are we all set? I believe we're all set with those. They had to make the hood compliant and a few other things that were a fire safety issue, and those were addressed. Related to zoning, that's a matter that's been before the zoning board recently, and it may be again, but I don't know that it has a bearing on the liquor license.
Okay. I agree with you on the quality of their food and beverage, and I'm happy to see that they're in compliance. That's great. Thank you.
Okay, any further comment? Okay, we'll vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, next is I would take a motion to approve retail packaged goods store license to expose, keep for sale, and sell all kinds of alcoholic beverages not to be drunk on premises as listed in the master renewal list, section 15, for $12,000 a license.
$2,000.
Sorry, $2,000 a license. All B corporations, which is Buscemi's Town Line Convenience, Elm Associates, which is Colonial Spirits, Pramukh Mahant, Krupa Corp., which is Acton Wine and Spirit, Acton Liquor Corporation, which is Acton Liquors, Vasudev, which is Red, White, and Brew, And that's it?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion as read, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? I would take a motion that we approve the retail packaged goods store license to expose, keep for sale, and sell wines and malt beverages not to be drunk on premises as listed in the master renewal list, section 15, for $1,500 a license. Chikai Corporation, which is Acton Convenience, Donlands Supermarket, Idlewild Farm, and RBSBW, which is Roach Brothers Supermarket.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion as read, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? I'll take a motion to approve the common victular license to expose, keep for sale, and sell wines and malts to be drunk on premises as listed in the master renewal list, section 15, for $2,000. Bueno Acton, which is Bueno Isano, Acton Bolodrome, Concord Acton Squash Club, New London Style Pizza, and Twin Seafood of Acton.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. All in favor of the motion as read, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? I would take a motion that we approve the Class 2 used car license, the used car licenses as listed in the master renewal list for $100 each. Acton Auto Boutique, Alpha Cars, and Ural of New England. Auto Dealers Exchange of Concord, Dick Dolan, J. Scott Motors, J. Stackhouse Enterprises, Wholesale Auto Sales, Acton Family Automotive, Milldam Leasing Company, Milldam Leasing Company for 99 Great Road, Milldam Leasing Company for 107 Great Road, Milldam Leasing Company for 442 Great Road, New Garage LLC, Northeast Collection Inc., Northeast Collection Inc. for 107 Great Road, Northeast Collection Inc. for 442 Great Road, and Wheeler Dealer Inc.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. All in favor of the motion as read, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? I'm glad we're not remote, so we don't have to roll call these. Last year, we had to roll call them. I'll take a motion to approve the Class 1 new car license as listed in the master renewal list for $100. Acton Ford, Inc., Acton Ford Fleet Lease, Inc., Acton Lincoln Mercury, Inc., Alpha Cars and Ural of New England, Eric Gilfax, Gordon Chevrolet, Inc., Coke Acton, Inc., RRM Limited, which is Acton Toyota, RRM Limited, Acton Toyota at 184 Great Road, RRM Limited, which is Acton Toyota at 448 Great Road, R. Santilli Automotive Group, Inc., which is Village Saab, R. Santilli Enterprises, Inc., which is Village Subaru at 50 Powder Mill Road, Santilli Enterprises, Inc., which is Village Subaru at 61 Powder Mill Road, and Swanson Buick GMC's truck.
So moved.
Is there any discussion? All in favor of the motion as read, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? I'll take a motion to renew bowling alley and billiard table license as listed in the master renewal list for $10 an alley and $10 a table. Acton Bolodrome.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. All in favor of the motion as read, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? I'll take a motion to approve the 24-hour permit as listed in the master renewal list for $1,500. CVS at 400 Mass Ave. So moved. You can say second.
It's a simple job.
So I think Jim moved, Fran seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. All in favor of the motion as read, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? I'll take a motion to approve automatic amusement devices as listed in the master renewal list for $100 per machine, Indoor Sports Management, Inc., and Acton Bolodrome.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes, that's a lot of machines. Last year, we gave them a break based on the fact that surely they're not using all 50 machines at once with the pandemic. So if they come back to us with a request for a reduction in the fee, I would be open to that. But I'm fine with this proceeding as is.
Okay. All in favor of the motion as read, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? I would take a motion to approve the following common vittler licenses as listed in the master renewal list for $100. 7th Settlement South, which is True West, Acton Coffee House, Acton House of Pizza, Acton Indoor Sports, which is Teamworks, Acton Seafood Sales, which is Atlantic Sea Grill, AP Pizzeria, Bagels Plus, Beijing Tokyo, Benjerong Restaurant, Blackbird Cafe, Bueno y Sano, Burger Drome, which is Acton Bolodrome, Crossroads Cafe, D Capri Pizzeria, Donald's Supermarket, Dunkin' Donuts at 100 Powder Mill, Dunkin' Donuts at 315 Main, Dunkin' Donuts at 182 Great Road, El Hupil, Philo's Great Road, Frolic and Detour, Ginger Court, Junior's Pizza, Legend Cafe, Le Lyonnaise, Maori Indian Cuisine, McDonald's, New London Style Pizza, Not Your Average Joe's, Quail Ridge Country Club, Rapscallion Table and Tap, Sorrento's Pizzeria, Spice Pepper Garden, Starbucks, Subway at 135 Great Road, and Subway at 255 Main Street. Oh, and Twin Seafood.
So moved.
Second.
This motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion as read, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Just getting hungry.
And finally, consent.
Chris Allen is available at this hour if you're still interested in discussing.
Did he get admitted to here? Oh, he's not on the Zoom yet?
I think he's Acton Water.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. I have to scroll down.
Can you hear me? Good evening.
Hi.
I apologize for the delay. We had a lengthy meeting this evening ourselves.
I'm sorry that it's so late for you too. I'm glad that you could come and we could do this tonight, though. So maybe you could give us a summary of what you're proposing. Your note was very helpful, but maybe you could just tell us in verbally what's being proposed.
Right. So obviously you're all aware of the pervasive impacts of PFAS on our source of supply. One of our most heavily impacted sources is the Assabet 1A well, located in South Acton, right off High Street in vicinity of our South Acton water treatment plant. Continually runs in the 35 to 40 part per trillion concentration range with a PFAS 6 concentration of the compounds regulated by the state of Massachusetts. The desire is to move some of the South Acton water treatment plant waste product off-site to the wastewater plant. So currently that product is infiltrated back to the aquifer and within the 400-foot radius of the Assabet 1A well, so it's a direct conduit back to that well. The desire is to move that off-site and in an attempt to try and reduce the concentrations of the Aspet 1A well specifically.
Okay, can you just remind us of the volume here that you expect?
It varies based on the plant's operation. When the plant operates at a higher capacity, more cleanings of the membrane filters are required. Thus, more what we call cleaning waste is generated. So there could be times when the volume might be as high as 3,000 gallons per day. And there are times when it could be 50% of that, which would be peak, off-peak demand period, which is this time of year in the winter when the plant's running at a lower capacity. Currently, South Acton has been heavily relied upon because there are 6 wells in the circuit. Aspet 1A has been used at about half its capacity, and the other 5 wells are blending to reduce that or dilute that concentration of PFAS. That source is in compliance under the 20 part per trillion regulated level. Last sample was 16 parts per trillion. But as I said, the Aspet 1A well has been used at about 50% of its capacity. So, and it is our highest yielding permitted source.
Okay, and the this is in industrial discharge because it contains the chemicals used to clean the filters. Is that right?
Yes, it has been classified as an industrial discharge, David, since the beginning, since the plant was commissioned.
Yes, and then you add other chemicals to deactivate the chemicals or to reduce their.
That's correct. Yes, the chemicals we use are typical water treatment chemicals. We use citric acid to remove, strip inorganic fouling off the membranes, and then we use a high pH caustic chlorine solution to strip organic fouling, and subsequently those chemicals are neutralized by other chemicals that are typical for water treatment.
And that neutralizing, it neutralizes the pH of them?
That's correct, to a pH of around 7.
Okay. Questions or comments? Dean?
Yeah, have our, the operators of our sewer treatment plant, have they evaluated this request, and are they comfortable that this will not have any adverse impact on the sewer treatment and will not leave any residue in the rapid infiltration basins?
That's correct, Dean. The intent early on was to discharge this type of waste along with the filtration residuals, which are heavy inorganic material as well. Originally, the plant was permitted to discharge 1,750 gallons per day, a combination of sanitary sewer, filtration residuals, and neutralized cleaning waste.
So the recommendation from the plant operators is, allowing us to make that decision, but there are concerns, right? It is transferring some of the risk here to the wastewater treatment plant, right? In a couple of different ways. So the things that have probably come off the filters, there are some particulates which will settle out in the wastewater treatment plant. There's some organics that are just in the water, which are probably fine. The wastewater treatment plant will process those. There's the chemical residue, and there's PFAS, right? And so the PFAS is not at extreme levels, right? It's at probably the average level of the water was being filtered. But it is moving PFAS water to the wastewater treatment plant, and and there's some risk in discharging that, and especially if the state has limits in the future on PFAS discharge. So it's not without risk. On the other hand, and Chris can correct me if I'm wrong, this discharge is just outside the zone 1 for their wells, right? And I think Their hope here on the part of the water district is that if any PFAS was making its way back into the water wells, that wouldn't happen from across the street.
Yeah, the theory is, David, that there would be obviously additional dilution by moving it further away from the well. I wouldn't be in such a direct impact zone as directly inside the zone 1, which is the 400-foot radius around the actual well by DEP regulation. And that's currently where the cleaning waste, or neutralized cleaning waste, is reintroduced to the aquifer through infiltration structures just at the edge of the 400-foot radius for Assabet 1A.
So I guess my other question then is not, will this PFAS finally end up back in your well, but the question is, would any residue be left in the rapid infiltration basins that receive the wastewater from the sewer treatment plant? Will it be retained there? And under a worst-case scenario, 20 years from now, would state DEP suddenly decide that we've created our own hazardous waste site by accepting this PFAS? Since it seems to be sort of, you know, an emerging list of chemicals that DEP is getting concerned about. You know, 50 years ago, nobody thought that the chemicals that W.R. Grace was dumping in the ground would ever create any kind of a problem, and now, you know, it's a Superfund site. So I just want to make sure that, be reasonably assured that we're never going to be faced with that kind of an eventuality, and that, you know, we don't end up with a situation that we end up having to dig up all of our infiltration basins for our sewer treatment plant and haul the sand and whatever residue off to some secure chemical landfill at great expense.
Again, Chris can correct me if I'm wrong, but the PFAS molecules are pretty small. They can't be filtered. They will go back into the groundwater at the wastewater treatment plant. They won't remain in the soil. They're moved with the water. So, you know, I think the majority of the water makes its way to the river. Some of it goes other ways, but the only way to remove it, with our cup, there are two ways to remove it, but one common way is with activated charcoal. Then the PFAS binds to the carbon, and then that can be burned at really, really high temperature. It needs to be really, really high to destroy the PFAS molecules. That's the only way to get rid of it that I know of. So I don't think we're not making a Superfund site there, but we're not removing it from the ground either. The water district wasn't removing it either at this point. They were re-infiltrating it into the ground as well. So, you know, again, the long-term solution here is to either only use wells that don't have PFAS or have very, very low PFAS, or to remove the PFAS.
So by extrapolation, eventually what's going to happen is this PFAS-laced water will end up infiltrating into the groundwater from there into the Assabet River, get mingled with Assabet waters, and be diluted and then sent downstream to Concord.
Yes.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Some of it will, Dean. That's pretty much the theory. Obviously, some of it will move that direction, as David said. Some of it will move, obviously, another direction. Obviously, there's a receptor there that's pumping and drawing water in its direction. With others, there's multiple wells at that site, so a lot of that water in the surrounding area is drawn toward those wells. The hope is that there would be some additional dilution by introducing it at a farther distance from Assabet 1A. Our desire is to sample the influent and effluent of the wastewater treatment plant for PFAS. We'll undertake that. If there is a derogatory impact, we can certainly cease the experiment. That's kind of what we've been operating, the mode we've been operating on. We just want to do this to put theory to practice, see if it actually works, and it's going to buy us some time. Eventually, we'll probably end up constructing full-scale filtration for PFAS at the South Acton plant, which will be an expensive endeavor. We're looking at about $5 million for North Acton, which is 500,000 gallons per day. The South Acton water treatment plant is 2 million gallons per day, so 4 times the capacity.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Imogen?
Yes, just want to echo, thank you, Chris, for the additional information. And also thank you to members of our community who also submitted really helpful information. Yeah, I would say I'm in support of this. I think that right now it's all based on a matter of priority and urgency. We see PFAS levels being really high in our South Acton wells. This is a way that the water district would like to see potentially if there are ways we can reduce PFAS in our drinking water, which is our #1 concern at this point. And, the fact that we are implementing the short-term modification, we'll see how it goes and then kind of take future steps depending on that, I think is appropriate given the fact that, this type of contamination requires action now. We're currently not in compliance with our drinking water. So the fact of the matter is we have regulations that we need to adhere to now. And I think that, this is what the water district feels like could potentially work for the short term. I would support that.
Thank you. Other comments? So I would just say a couple comments. There's undoubtedly PFAS in the wastewater treatment plant. We don't know how much, both because some PFAS has come in the input water. There may be additional things because PFAS is in some kinds of non-stick cookware. So when you wash that, it can go down some PFAS can go down the drain. And in addition, it's my understanding that some component PFAS molecules can actually be pushed together in the reactors in the wastewater treatment plant and make a little PFAS. I don't believe that's a huge problem from what I've read, but it is possible to make a little PFAS. In looking into this, the risks are a little less than what I thought originally. I think it might be worth the, with the monitoring, worth the experiment. Obviously, the PFAS issue is very important to the community. If it doesn't, I don't know if it doesn't make a difference whether we should continue it, but I think it's worth the experiment.
In that spirit, I'd move that we approve this experiment.
I'll second.
Okay, I'll take the second, sorry, and after John, I will call on members of the public before we vote. And Fran, you. But John, please.
Just wondering the duration of this experiment.
So I think, Chris, you proposed in one document I read for 9 months, is that right?
I don't think we really had a specific time frame, David. I think 6 months is what we were using as kind of a minimum. We were expecting that might be how long it would take to actually see some type of impact. But yeah, like I say, 6 months would be about a minimum. But we'll be continually monitoring during the course. So if the impact is realized sooner, all the better. But we'll certainly continue the experiment and continue the monitoring during the course of time.
So maybe we can say 6 to 9 months and we'll revisit it after?
Sure, that sounds good.
So we'll come back to that, but Jim, I might want to amend your motion. Okay, I'll take comments here in the room first.
Thank you, Alyssa Nickel, again from South Acton. Just in the spirit of the climate action plan that was just presented tonight, where we're making energy use part of every decision, I'd really like to know the energy cost of diverting 175,000 gallons per day from the well to the wastewater treatment plant.
I think it's 3,000 gallons per day. Is that right?
Okay, I might have the numbers mixed up with capacity versus how much is going. But the energy cost of that. So I'm in support of it, but I just want everybody to keep in mind how that factors in.
So, Chris, can you just confirm up to 3,000 gallons a day? Is that right?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what that what that's going to translate to as far as power use is concerned. The benefit is, I guess, is that we can pump it over any duration. We have pumps that are equipped with variable frequency drives, can run at very low flows, use less power. We can pump it over the course of several days, a week. So it can be metered volume that would be pumped over whatever duration would be deemed best and most efficient.
Okay, so it would be about 1% of the plant's capacity. So if you know what the plant uses in electricity, you can divide it by 100.
Yeah, the plant power usage is relatively variable. I don't have that number off the top of my head, unfortunately.
I think she was talking about the wastewater treatment plant.
Oh, wastewater, I'm sorry.
Kim, please.
Hi, I'm Kim Castens from 294 Pope Road, and I think this is an experiment worth trying, and I appreciate the spirit that I'm beginning to hear of recognizing that PFAS is all of Acton's problem. It's not a problem that can be delegated to the Acton Water District to cope with on their own. I like the idea of testing the PFAS value in the incoming water and the outcoming water, because it's not just the nonstick cookware, but it's also our toiletries and our clothes. So the water coming out of our dishwashers and our showers and our washing machines also probably have PFAS in them. So that's an important number to have. Since we're viewing this as a trial, as an experiment, I might suggest that perhaps you could after you vote to do this, in addition to voting to do this, discuss what would be the criteria for deciding that the experiment has been a success. So in other words, or a non-success, what would be the criteria for deciding that there had been harm to the wastewater treatment plant, and what would be the criteria for deciding that there had been enough of a positive impact on the Aspet 1A well to justify continuing. So in other words, set out the criteria for success and failure at the beginning of the experiment rather than trying to figure it out as you go along.
So the only thing I would say there from my point of view is that I don't know that we know all the adverse effects, right? So it's, obviously if it interfered with the reactions in the wastewater treatment plant, that would be a problem. So I think it has to be a collaborative thing at the end, a discussion like this.
Yep.
Where we, the water district tells us how the experiment went from its point of view, and we get someone from the wastewater operations team to say how it went from their point of view, and we see.
I'm really happy to hear that spirit of collaboration between the two entities. I think
But
that would
I
be
just
great.
don't think it's possible at this point to enumerate that, we don't know.
Okay, I just was encouraging thinking about the outcomes at the beginning. And then I also wanted to raise the issue that, they do have a permit to discharge this water. So I'm not exactly understanding why this is controversial, but perhaps they're wanting to discharge more than is their
No,
permitted
it's
now.
just that it's an industrial discharge. So we get to object to and allow or disallow industrial discharge. So
Thanks.
they can flush their toilet all as much as they want, and that's up to them.
But the original permit was also
No,
for
I
exactly
understand.
this kind of water.
Yeah, so that means they're paying for it, right? So it would be unfair if we didn't allow it, because they'd be paying for it. And so if we didn't allow it, then we should not make them pay so much. But in any case, that would be the issue
Okay.
there.
Anyway, definitely an experiment worth trying.
Thank you. Matt, I think there's one person online.
Yes, they should be able to speak now. Believe.
Hi, yes, this is Sarah. I share Kim's concern about offloading monitoring and ask the select board to consider an independent monitor as well, just like the Board of Health monitors drinking water. And I have a couple of questions that I don't need the answers. I can take them offline, but I do want a response from John about regard to that rack thing, because I talked to several people who got the idea that this was being urged by town staff. So that aside, the questions for this particular item, isn't PFAS already in the ground in Acton? And so why would there be an issue putting it into the wastewater plant if it's already in the ground? The second question is, doesn't Acton Water District already have a permit for this? And if so, why are they here now? And then I do urge people to think about Billerica because they are downstream from Concord, and Concord does not get its drinking water from the Asbit, from what I understand, but Billerica does. So there's an equity issue there, but I'll take the answers of that offline. Thank you.
So we just answered the question on the permit. Now I'm forgetting your first. Oh, isn't PFAS?
Oh.
Isn't PFAS already in the water? So the issue there, and part of the risk to the wastewater treatment plant, is that if in some years' time, if the state controls PFAS discharge from wastewater treatment plants, we would be responsible for reducing the PFAS out of the Acton Water District's discharge. So rather than having them do it, right? So it's the risk. There are a few risks that are transferred to the wastewater treatment plant.
Thank you. And then the other one was you already have the permit. Don't they already have a permit? So I'm wondering why they're here.
They pay, right? So we just answered this question. They pay for industrial discharge, but still the sewer commissioners can allow or disallow particular kinds of industrial discharge.
I see. Okay, thank you.
And as I was saying to Ms. Gastons, is that if we didn't allow them to do it and they made them continue to pay, that's a little unfair. But anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you so much. I'm in support of this.
Okay, seeing no other discussion here, Jim, I would ask that you add the 6 to 9 month trial time frame with a revisit at the end to your motion.
Fine with that, yeah. So in other words, that after 6 to 9 months, they would be reporting back to us with how it's going.
And for the reporting back to the sewer commissioners. Right. And so I want to make it clear too that this is a sewer commissioners vote because I didn't declare that going in. Yeah. Could you read what you have, please?
Oh, yeah, I was afraid you were going to say. Okay. So it's the sewer commissioners approve the discharge proposed by the Acton Water District as described, and with a report back anywhere from 6 to 9 months to now with the impact on the wastewater operations. Oh, sorry. Thanks. Okay, no one's able to hear that again. So the sewer commissioners approved the discharge being proposed by the Acton Water District with a report back before the 9 months are up with information about the impacts to the water district and the wastewater treatment plant.
And who seconded the first time?
Dean.
Would you second again?
I'll second the revised motion.
Okay, and, Fran, did you want to say something? No, did I interrupt you before? Okay, sorry. Okay, we'll go ahead and vote then. All in favor of the motion Jim read, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the consent items. Number 12, approve meeting minutes, December 6th, 2021. 13, approve executive session minutes, December 8th, 2021. 14, approve extension of reduced parking rates of $25 per month for all reserved parking spots through March 31st, 2022. 15, accept gift planning division for $14,900 from Andrea Starr towards the sidewalk fund as stated in the planning board decision number 20-07, condition number 3.2.2. 16, committee appointments, Michael Geis and Joseph Robb, associate to full member, and Rod Beck, full member, Water Resources Advisory Committee, term to expire June 30th, 2024. I will take a motion to approve consent items 12 through 16 inclusive.
I would approve, but Mr. Manager has a point or a
sorry.
question.
Sorry, I wonder if the board would hold 13 on my behalf, with apologies.
Okay, well, I'll hold 13. So then I would ask for a motion to approve consent items 12 and 14 through 16.
So moved.
And it's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Manager, your concern on the executive session minutes?
That they're not ready yet, I'm sorry. I don't believe that they're ready yet.
Okay, fine. So we'll skip that and we'll do that next time. I will take a motion to adjourn, unless people want to discuss something else.
So moved.
There's got to be a second.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Dean moves and Fran seconds. All in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.